Thabo Mbeki served as South Africa's second president from June 1999 to September 2008. Prior to that, he was Nelson Mandela's deputy president from 1994 to 1999. The late President Hage Geingob hailed former South African President Thabo Mbeki as a transformational leader whose talents are still required in Africa and must be allocated duties to benefit the region. I'm now joined by South Africa's former President Thabo Mbeki on the death of President Geingob. Greetings, Mr. Mbeki.
Thanks a lot, and greetings to you too.
Mr. President, you have known the late President Geingob from your exile years in Zambia. How would you describe your relationship?
Yes, no, you are quite correct. We were together with the late President Dr. Hage Geingob in Lusaka for many years, throughout the years that he was in Lusaka. In fact, he arrived in Lusaka after I got there. Well, you must remember that the ANC and SWAPO, these were allies. These were two comradely parties. And therefore always work together, always together all of the time. So all the time that when Hage was in Lusaka, you remember he was a principal of the Namibian Institute.
Yes.
This was the principal task that he had, was to lead that. It's a very important process in terms of preparing the cadres that would have to manage Namibia once Namibia got its independence. I'm saying a very, very important cadre development process that he was responsible for. But we're all of us in together in Lusaka. And because of the relations between the ANC and SWAPO, of course, all the time we're interacting, discussing the challenges facing the struggle in the region, in our two countries in the region, on the African continent, what we do in terms of together, what we do in our approaches towards the OAU, questions like that. But as I say, that his own principal preoccupation was the leadership of the Institute.
Is there any specific memory that stands out from your time together in Lusaka?
Oh, no, but I mean, we were together all the time. I mean, we're together all the time with Hage, with other comrades of SWAPO. No, I wouldn't say there's anything about any day or any moment that stands out. It's because, as I say, we're continuously in contact, continuously sharing experiences in a sense, and in a sense strategizing together about what needed to be done. Because as you would remember, this time also you had the informal organization of the frontline states, and so they would meet to discuss the region, and therefore even the individual struggles. So even for us liberation movements, therefore it was quite obvious that we would also communicate among one another. And I'm saying SWAPO, Comrade Hage. Comrade Hage was a very senior comrade in Lusaka. And you remember, of course, after the independence of Angola, a lot of comrades, SWAPO comrades, went to Angola correctly in terms to lead the struggle from there. So Comrade Hage in Lusaka remained one of the most senior people, and therefore naturally, we had to deal with him and communicate with him on that regular basis. But as I'm trying to say to you that you must bear in mind that what Comrade Hage was doing, as directed by SWAPO, was to lead the Namibia Institute. So it was not as though he was engaged in the daily struggles like everybody else. His daily struggle was the Institute. But because of his seniority in SWAPO, we would engage with him not about the Institute, engage with him about the broader issues that have got to do with this struggle.
Thank you for those very important insights. Now, speaking about strategizing together. Not only were you comrades, but you also shared very similar political ideas relating to specifically Pan-Africanism. You believed in an Africa that is to become self-sufficient and to take good care of her people. Do you believe that as a continent, we are honoring those ambitions, those ideals, and moving in the right direction?
The last time I saw the Communist President Hage was a few months ago, towards the end of last year. That was when he paid a state visit to South Africa, and then decided at the end of that visit, he decided to stay a day extra in order to have an engagement with the leadership of the ANC as a leader of SWAPO, as president of SWAPO. And so I met him then. We had just a one-on-one meeting, the two of us. Indeed, the matter that you are raising, the issue that he was raising was where is the continent now? What are the challenges we are facing? But in particular, the state of our region. And in the context of the region, you've got the former liberation movements that continue to be in government in Namibia, in South Africa, in Tanzania, and in Angola, Frelimo, Mozambique, etc. These organizations continue to cooperate. And he was very keen that they must then look very objectively at the challenges they were facing and the challenges that our region faces, so that this region of Southern Africa plays its proper role in terms of the leadership of the African continent, in terms of helping Africa to realize its objectives. That's why he stayed a day extra in order to raise this one particular matter with his comrades in the leadership of the ANC. He did meet with the leadership of the ANC, and in fact, he addressed the National Executive Committee of the ANC because it was meeting at the time. But his central point he was making was that there were certain things that are very, very important about that. Us as former liberation movements, the unity of the continent, the renaissance of the continent, excuse me, the changing for the better the lives of this 1.5 billion Africans. These were important challenges, questions of peace and stability, questions of democracy, all of these very important questions, and that the former liberation movements in Southern Africa needed to make sure that they themselves sorted out their own houses in order to be able to play this positive role with regard to the rest of the continent.
Mr. President?
So yes, sir.
Did you share President Geingob's concerns, particularly as far as the region is concerned?
Yes, we agreed. I mean, in matters he was saying in particular, the former liberation movements that are still in government in our region, that are cooperating, they are meeting on a regular basis, and they've got a common political school in Tanzania and all of that, that we needed to look at each one of us to say, are we attending to these organizations? Are they strong enough? Are they meeting the challenges? Are they strong enough and capable of acting together in terms of contributing to addressing these African challenges? So no, we agreed. I agreed very much with this analysis, and I was very, very glad that he had decided to approach the ANC to say he needs to raise these matters with the leadership of the ANC, so that the two organizations, to start with, would be of the same mind and then start from the same position. Then they would approach the others in the region to say, let's get together and look at these specific matters. What is our own situations in each one of our countries, in each one of our movements? And what are we doing together? Is the thing that we are doing together, is it correct? Are we capable of making this contribution to these African challenges of unity, of renaissance, of peace, of democratization, of development, and so on? These are the particular things he was very concerned about, and I agreed with him. I agreed with him entirely.
Against the backdrop of his concerns that you concurred with, what impact do you believe his death will have on the region, but also on the continent, if we consider and have due regard to Pan-Africanism and its ideals?
Well, the first thing really I should have said is that I'd really tried to convey my own very, very sincere, very heartfelt condolences to the Geingob family, to his dear wife, Monica Geingos, to the SWAPO party, to the government, to the people of Namibia, because we have all of us, we have lost a very important person, a very important revolutionary in him. And that's why, in context of the question you are asking, it was for me. I felt immediately, then I got the news that Comrade Hage had passed away, that there would be an immediate void. An immediate void, because even in the context of my own work, I'm no longer in government, but even the African Union would give me certain work to do and so on, and other African countries, the government would approach me and say, please do this. I would always try and keep in contact with him because I knew his commitment, the strength of his commitment to Pan-Africanism, and his readiness to make sure that, given the positions in which he was in as leader of president of SWAPO, president of the Republic, that he makes sure that he plays the correct role with regard to these African challenges. So I'm saying his departure is definitely has created a void, because it's not everybody, unfortunately. It's not all of our leaders who've got the same enthusiasm, the same commitment to this particular task, that we have a common responsibility not only to our countries and peoples as leaders of these liberation movements, but also a commitment to the rest of the continent and rest of the African peoples. I'm saying that it's not many among our leaders who share that kind of commitment as Hage did. So his departure, I think, is definitely going to create a bit of a vacuum with regard to the kind of intervention he was talking about, that we must ourselves as the region prepare ourselves so that we're able to make a positive intervention in terms of addressing these challenges on the continent. That kind of leadership, I think, will be greatly weakened by his absence.
Mr. President, were you aware that he had not been well of late? You did share with us earlier that you met with him last year when he was in neighboring South Africa and you had the one-on-one with him.
He didn't say anything at all about his state of health at all. And then frankly, I didn't, when I sat with him for many hours, I didn't sense that there was anything wrong with him at all. I only got to hear about this challenge of cancer when there was a public announcement that he did have cancer and he was going to go to the United States for treatment and so on. And that was the first time I got to know of this state of health. But when we met, he didn't raise it, and it didn't look ill at all. He looked very healthy. And as I said, he said nothing of any kind about the state of health.
So it must have come as a very big shock to you, the initial news about his health and the subsequent news about his death.
Yes, I mean, really, it's the death. I was unhappy. Cancer is a very dangerous thing. It takes people's lives. So when I heard the news that he was suffering from cancer, he was going to the States, I was very glad that it seemed that there were people very ready to treat him with regard to this matter. That was worrying in itself. But of course, the matter of his passing away is a complete surprise, really a complete surprise. And it was hard to believe when they said Hage has passed away. I said, no, but how does that happen? Because it's not long ago that the announcement was made that he's suffering from cancer. Anyway, the announcement of the passing away really came as a big surprise and with a lot of shock. We're losing a very important African leader, at a time when in my view, and he agreed with it, we agreed on this, there's great leadership on our continent for the kind of quality of leadership that Hage Geingob was. Because in many instances, I think the continent needs stronger leadership. I think if you look around, if you look at the war, for instance, in Sudan, look at what the war in Sudan has now been going for months and months and months, and it's not clear what kind of role the African Union is playing to resolve that issue. You have the kind of conflict, that there is in West Africa, as a result of which you get these three countries, Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger, who say that they are leaving ECOWAS. There are things like that. The confrontation currently between Somalia and Ethiopia, because Ethiopia has got some agreement with Somaliland. So there are a number of things that are very worrying about what's happening to the continent. And I'm saying that
Mr. President, you've spoken.
There's never been a moment when the continent needs the strong leadership than now. And it's very, very, very unfortunate that Hage departs at this particular time.
You spoke to us about President Geingob's impact on the continent and his impact on the region. As a neighbor, what do you believe was his most significant impact on Namibia and her people?
Of course, I mean, Namibia is a very, very close neighbor. Personally, I mean, I've always been very keen to watch and see whatever we could do in terms of cooperation, so that we impact on the development of both countries. So I was really very pleased because you remember Comrade Hage was very instrumental in terms of the transitional processes in Namibia. And it became first prime minister, very instrumental in terms of fashioning the kind of constitution that Namibia would have. So the matter of practically what do we do in order to ensure the development of Namibia? This one matter was very close to his heart and very, very committed to that. And it did seem to me that Namibia was making progress. I'm not saying that there were no challenges. And when I heard the news about the discovery of these oil and gas deposits, I was very glad that we had in position of leadership, Comrade Hage Geingob there, because it seemed to me that an experienced, tried and tested revolutionary like him, he would have the capacity to lead the Namibian people to handle that resource. Because, in many instances, when you have that big resource, it brings benefits, but it also produces many negative consequences. But I was saying that I was very glad that we had Comrade Hage there in the leadership of Namibia as Namibia was making these important discoveries. Because they need proper principled revolutionary management to make sure that those resources are used to the best in the interest of the people and don't produce, as I say, negative consequences. Because I think, to be honest, I followed a little bit the negative story, which I first picked it up from Al Jazeera, about the fisheries, corruption and allegations of corruption around the matters of fishing and licensing and all of that. That problem would get multiplied once you have to deal with oil and gas and so on. But I'm saying that fortunately we've got leaders of the quality of Dr. Hage Geingob, tried and tested revolutionaries. They are not people who arrived in the struggle yesterday and been with the struggle from the beginning and have stayed with it right through. It's the kind of person that we need to be able to say, all right, we're very fortunate to get these new resources, but how do we manage them? so that they produce positive results. It's a very sensitive matter, but it requires a very principled political leadership.
Very well, Mr. President. Notwithstanding the sound relations between Namibia and South Africa, there may be challenges that flare up from time to time if one has regard to the challenges around the Southern African Customs Union and also the Orange River. What do you make of those persisting challenges, and how are they, from your perspective, to be resolved in the best interest of both nations?
Well, you must bear in mind that I'm not in government. I've not been in government for many years. So on some of the details that you would want to discuss, I wouldn't know. I don't know, for instance, what the problem would be around SACO, the Customs Union, Southern African Customs Union. I don't know what problem there would be there. But for instance, with regard to the river, that's an old issue as to where the boundary is. We discussed this thing when Comrade President Sam Nujoma was president of Namibia. Discussed it when Comrade President Hifikepunye Pohamba was president. And I had thought the matter had died away because what we were saying, that's the position of the South African government at that time, I don't know now. We were saying that, you see, between Namibia and South Africa, it's not necessary to have problems with a border like this. That the Namibians have got free use of the entirety of the river, from its northern bank to its southern bank. There's no need for them to think that there is a border, that the river belongs to South Africa and therefore there's some restriction. That they have got perfect use. If they want to use the waters of the Orange River, they by all means will do that, without going through all of this rigmarole of having to change the borders on a piece of paper. As you remember, Namibia had already done this thing in terms of the maritime border, that from the middle of the mouth of the Orange River as it empties into the Atlantic, then they draw a line into the Atlantic, and that becomes a maritime border. So that's fine. They know no problem about that. We were saying that as far as the land border, you got all of these complicated issues like the OAU. There's a standard position of the OAU, of which both countries are members. And the standard position of the OAU is that please let us all keep the colonial boundaries. Because once we begin changing those, then there's going to be all manner of trouble. And we're saying in our instance, the Namibians have got a perfect right to access the entirety of that river. And not to have there's no barrier. The fact that the colonial boundary was drawn at a particular point on the northern bank of the river, that's not an obstacle to an independent and a liberated South Africa, liberated Namibia. So I'm saying that at the time I left government, that was the position. And in that sense, the matter kind of died away. Nobody was raising it in the Namibian government. Nobody was raising it on the South African government. Because, you've got free run on that river, whether you are South African or Namibian. What is the importance of a line on a map? Which then raises many questions. What do we do about the OAU decision? And then there are all of these complicated constitutional matters. This matter is part of the Constitution of South Africa. You've got to have constitutional amendments, all of that. But in the end, practically, of what consequence is it? I'm saying that the position that we took then
Thank you, Mr. President.
That river, I don't know what the position is now.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we wrap up our conversation, the Namibian nation is in mourning. Do you perhaps have a message of comfort for Namibians at this point in time?
Yes, absolutely. It is indeed. I think the Namibian people naturally are in mourning, but I think a lot of us who know the late President Hage Geingob also feel that sense of loss. And I'd like to say to the Namibian people that I think we need to to say farewell to him, to the Comrade President, Dr. Hage Geingob, in a very dignified manner. And I think that in the process of all of this, we need to find a way of recalling what the positive examples that he set for all of us, the positive challenges that he left with us. You know, when Hage kept talking about a Namibian house, to try and inspire everybody in Namibia the sense that we all belong together in one family. There are national challenges. Why don't we unite around the national challenges? We may differ about the political tactics and all of that, but I'm saying that to reflect on the legacy that he leaves behind, because it must continue to inspire what needs to be done in terms of the continuing process of the reconstruction and development of Namibia. But certainly we are very much with them and very much with the people of Namibia. That's why we are coming to the funeral. It's also to be there also as we say farewell to him and to say to the Namibian people as a whole, really our sincere condolences. And we hope nevertheless that the historic cooperation between our peoples and our countries and our governments and so on, that cooperation must continue. But I think we have to look very closely at the example that Comrade Hage set to inspire us to be able to do the things that need to be done. But certainly our sincere condolences to the family, Mrs. Monica Geingob, to the children, to the SWAPO party, to the government and the people of Namibia, our sincere condolences, and we will be there on Sunday. But just our presence to communicate that same message.
Nkosi, Mr. President.
Okay, Chief, thanks. But sincere condolences to you too.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
All right.
Former South African President Thabo Mbeki speaking to us about the life and legacy of the late Dr. Hage G. Geingob.
Well, of course, there we have that Denver Kisting speaking to former South African President Thabo Mbeki, of course, widely regarded as one of the elder statesmen on the continent when it comes to politics. It has been exactly 3 weeks, Blanche, since the nation, of course, woke up to this devastating news of the passing of Dr. Hage G. Geingob. And, of course, a lot has happened over the last 3 weeks. We are going to be highlighting that before we start with the official burial program at 10 o'clock this morning. But for now, of course, we know that the gates are open of the Heroes Acre, and you are all welcome to head over there for the burial.
Yes, and the government has also made available transport. So the pickup has started as from 6:30. That's now at selected pickup points around the capital. So as you said, the gates are open and people can still make their way to the Heroes Acre, where that will be the final resting place of Dr. Geingob.
Well, of course, before we share more tributes with you and reflect back on what has been happening over the last 3 weeks, let's quickly cross over to the Independence Stadium where Salima Hanaki is standing by just to give us an update of the mood and what we can expect for the day.
Well, Ricardo, we will cross to Selima a bit later on, but I understand President Cyril Ramaphosa of South Africa arrived last night, as well as Princess Anne of UK, and was at Casa Rosalia to pay her condolences to the former First Lady and also sign the book of condolences. And now let's have a look at how that went and what they were discussing at Casa Rosalia. That's last night, just after the official memorial service at Independence Stadium.
Let's take a look at this. Well, of course, as you can see, there are just visuals of different tributes of world leaders being paid respects to the late head of state. We saw, of course, earlier visuals of Princess Anne, a part of the British royal family as well. Of course, also saw the Amina Mohammed, the Deputy Secretary General at the United Nations as well. Also, the Prime Minister of Sao Tome and Principe. There is, of course, Patrice Trovoada also in the visuals there. Patrice Trovoada, in fact, was the last or the final official visit that the president had, and spent quite a considerable amount of time catching up with the Prime Minister there as well. So he making his way to come and pay his respects. We also saw visuals there of Julian Maada Bio, who is the president of Sierra Leone, also coming there to pay his respects to the First Lady, and of course, by extension, the people of the Republic of Namibia.
Now, Ricardo, while those visits were ongoing at Casa Rosalia last night, mourners and sympathizers also remained at the Independence Stadium last night and were just viewing, because the body had to lay in state, and they were viewing the body as well as just singing and sending off Dr. Geingob in the true Namibian way, as they described it, because we made some turns at Independence Stadium as well to view the body. So, and this is what we captured, how the mood was up until just 6 or before 6 this morning. So let's take a look. Well, those were the scenes at Independence Stadium last night. As he said, songs from the Lutheran hymn book, they said they were sending off the late Dr. Geingob in the true Namibian fashion, Ricardo.
In true Namibian fashion there as well. And the mourners were there all night, and that's part of the traditional practice, of course, as explained by Mr. Hans Ahab just yesterday. And as the sun is coming up this morning, of course, what is called the Geingob was the ritual gets singing. That's the final song that group will be singing before, of course, they start with the official program as well. So that is part of course, the ritual practices overnight, throughout night. Since yesterday, after we closed off the broadcast, right, I think just around 11 o'clock in the evening.
Just about 11, yes.
They had been singing until this morning at 6 o'clock. But to find out what exactly is going down right now and what the mood and the scenes are at the stadium, we now cross over to Selima Hanok. That's ready for us. Good morning, Selima.
We are coming to you live, that is from Independence Stadium, where the body of the president, the late president, Dr. Hage Geingob, laid in state. And of course, immediately after the memorial service, that was last night, the Ngukwen community sang hymns, and also just as per their tradition, and also just to do some cultural activities that they had to do in terms of their culture. So we are speaking now to Aidaman, traditional head authority. He's the headman, Geingob Kavango. He's just going to give us a brief of what transpired yesterday. Geingob, what happened last night after the memorial service?
Okay, so last night we saw how Namibians from all walks of life predominantly from the Ngulkhoen Damara community, came together here at the Independence Stadium, where, as you rightfully said, our late and beloved President, His Excellency Dr. Hage Geingob, laid in rest. And we came together as per our culture to bid farewell in the form of what we call a Arunubes, also called an Okoro Wabas. This is a vigil. According to the culture traditions of the Ngulkhoen Damara people, a deceased is not left alone the night before the remains are laid to rest. And so we came together to sing hymns and praises to His Excellency the President, knowing that he was not only our President, but he was also our tribesman. So we had to come together and to give him a befitting send-off. And that's what transpired last night here at the Independence Stadium.
How will you describe the atmosphere of last night?
The atmosphere was actually a mixed feeling. Very sad on the one side, knowing that it was our final evening with our beloved President. But then also a very joyous occasion, because we had many artists that were performing. We had the general public that was performing, and also just the presence of the former First Lady, the widow, Monica Gengos, to have her here amongst us was quite a blessing for us, knowing that she had a very rough 3 weeks, and knowing that there's so much stress upon her as a person, emotional stress for that matter, and psychological. To have her amongst us was quite a blessing. So it was a mixed feeling evening, very sad on the one hand, but also very joyous on the other.
So as we prepare to go and lay the president, to his leading him to his resting place, what will you say is the legacy that he left behind, especially also just in the Ngulkhoen community?
Yes, first things first. His Excellency, the late president, was actually a personification of Namibia's motto. He was indeed a unifier. He was a person that stood for liberty, and that's why we see that in this country we enjoy press freedom. There are so many liberties that came to be, and also justice. Seeing that whilst he was a president, there was no manner in which the legislative arm or the executive arm had an overarm over the judiciary. And we know for a fact there are many cases whereby the president allowed the law to take its course. So he was actually a epitome of the country's motto. But coming to the Damara community, indeed, a man above others. He stood shoulder above man. He's a hero, not only for the Namibian nation, but also for the Damara people. And we are blessed that for the first time last year in the 2023 Damara Cultural Festival was actually the first time that the president, whilst being a president, attended the Damara Festival. So things took time. And we were quite anxious and we were concerned, why is the president not coming to us? But then we saw that things take time and then they happen on the right time. So that's that. He's quite a guy, a person, a loved father figure, friend, not only to the country, not only to the international community, but also in the Damara community. And this was witnessed last night when we came together for the vigil that we had. Sorry. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Gaub.
Thank you.
All right. Of course, that was Gaub Kavango. He just gave us a brief of the activities that took place yesterday, immediately after the memorial service. And of course, people are still coming to view the body of the late president. And immediately after that, there will be a procession that will be leading to Heroes Eka, where the president will be laid to rest. So we'll be bringing you more of that updates. But for now, back to you in the studio.
These are the live visuals that you're seeing happening right now from the Independence Stadium. Of course, like I mentioned a bit earlier on, there's Selima Henok speaking to Chief Kavango, one of the chiefs from the Ngukwen community, of course, just reflecting on what took place over the evening in terms of the singing, the significance of the songs that were sung, and how it was closed off. Of course, the last song was sang just before the sun comes up, and that one is referred to, of course, as the Geingob. And immediately after that, it's complete silence and time to get ready for the burial. And those are, of course, the visuals that you saw from the Independence Stadium. Now, of course, looking at what is happening at the Independence Stadium as well, and how I've been covering the event, not only, of course, the event yesterday and the procession, but the tribute over the last 3 weeks. It has been a daunting task, of course, for the team here at the Namibia Broadcasting Corporation as well. We've got the Director General of the NBC joining us this morning just to reflect on the work so far and what we can look forward to for the rest of the day, and perhaps, of course, also after the funeral is done, more importantly, how do we continue to maintain the legacy of President Hage Geingob? A very good morning to you, and thank you so much, Mr. Similo, for making time out to join us.
Yes, good morning, Ricardo, and also good morning to our viewers.
Well, we're just taking a step back a little bit earlier on this morning and just reflecting on how the news, of course, came to Blanche. She was the one that facilitated the announcement of the head of state, of course, on your instruction as well. But let's just take a step back on that fateful day, just to take us through, what goes on when news like that comes in, particularly at the hour that it did. Of course, we don't have 24 hours where staff are in the studio, etc., etc. But just take us through that day and that announcement.
Yeah. Maybe, Ricardo, before I start with that, let me just once again thank the NBC staff for total commitment. Total commitment. It's been 3 weeks of doing what we've never done before. Almost like going into uncharted grounds in terms of where we are. And here I would want to refer from the securities at our gates to the cleaners, to literally everybody, because even just the studios to look great, you need people to do that, up to the level of those that are in the technical area of making things happen, the support staff and all of that. And then secondly as well, MICT, because we've also been making use of their crews across the country as well. And then, of course, there's an element of NMH also working together with us. But importantly, the military. Without the military, we would not be there. Remember, this is their event, and they've been very, very, very helpful. And then, of course, the people of Namibia. And then people like yourself who are at the front, who are the face of what NBC is, particularly for the past 3 days here. Now, reflecting on the day itself, look, when I got the call, I don't know what I felt. It was like, it's not real. And I just reconfirmed, is it? Is it really? And then the immediate thing I did was to call my ED. I spoke to him, and then I called my minister. I spoke to him, and I also called our deputy minister, so that they are just aligned. And then I think Tate Namanje was also assisting the family, so I had a chat with him as well, and I also had a chat with the current president. So we had to work out now what needed to be done.
So there had to be sort of a consensus, a meeting of the mind in terms of
how we should go with this year.
Go about it.
Yeah, and then at that time the crew was relatively small. As you know, it's weekend, and weekends we scaled down.
Particularly, I think it's the most silent day out of the 7 days.
All days.
Of all days, yeah.
So we had Blanche, I think Mr. Stephen Kotze, and then Mr. Karipi at our final control. So they started putting together a loop that sought to make sure that we get on air, we do things. But the beautiful thing, Ricardo, was that once it became known, we did not have to go and look for people. People just came themselves. Radio was up. The teams came. Where can I help? What can I do? And long before we knew, we had a fully fledged team running all the way. Because
I remember there was a saying for me as well, and I think it's the natural reaction. The moment the news came, I think I also texted, I think it was Mr. Denk and Sophia to say, I'm ready. We can go anytime.
Yes.
Yeah. I think that was the conversation initially. I think also speaking to KZ as well, very, very early in the morning, to say, okay, how are we moving on this thing? The news came out, and I think when you're saying now that you didn't have to look for people once the news came out, again, just a testimony of the Namibian spirit and that commitment.
That commitment. And then from there, the next day, the Monday, I created like a war room type of setup. And then on the double was meeting, talking, and we said, I gave direction to say, colleagues, this one is something that we also don't know how to handle, but look, here's the thing. Change the grids, change the schedules, we accommodate. We worked out plans, both radio, TV, and online, and then we started running from there. And the process, as we were moving, it was almost like the pieces of the puzzle were actually getting to, fitting by themselves. But I must say, it took a lot of work. But as I said about, I think, three weeks ago, the planning of running one of the channels as a current affairs was that we would have commenced in April. Hence I said that the death of our late president, in a way, forced us and catapulted us into the process where we are today. And it's really, it's been working well. Long hours for many of the colleagues, so we will have to tweak a thing, one or two here and here, there. Last Friday, I left here at about 5-ish or so. So I went to sit at some space just to drink a cold drink. I'm from the Oros Club. So as I was seated there, a friend came and he asked me, DG, are you ready? And then I was like, why is this guy asking me, am I ready? And I started almost doubting myself. But I said to myself, no, but this is what we do. I said, no, we are ready for the weekend. We'll take it on the chin. And we will make it happen. And today, I'm a very proud Director General, a very proud Namibian, because you guys and the rest of the team, you really lived up to what it was.
There's, of course, also that responsibility to the rest of the continent, because we are the primary broadcaster. There's a certain responsibility as a public broadcaster to provide access to the rest of the continent. Just reflect on that, the access for the rest of the continent and the rest of the world.
Yeah, that one for us, we had to negotiate with MultiChoice, given that they have a footprint that extends up to about Nigeria. So I contacted Mr. Gertze, the managing director for MultiChoice Namibia, and I said, look, this is what we are having. We would want to spread our signal because the interest from a Southern African Broadcasters Association is there. How do we do this? And then he said, no, they will assist. But then issues of quality, we had that discussion as well. Remember, our output on their end was standard definition, which is HD, which is SD. Yeah. And then I said to him, but there's a condition. That condition is that you need to boost the signal to be HD, which is high definition. Otherwise, a bad impression will be created about what our image looked like. And they accepted that. And then we started doing testing and it worked well. But then now we have those that are not necessarily on the DSTV bouquet of channels. So for that we created a special connectivity. And linked to that as well, we uploaded the programs also on YouTube for those that will be struggling in connecting. So for now, things have been working well. I only had a little bit of a scare yesterday. There was a moment of between, I think, 15, 20 seconds where we went off air because at the stadium, someone came and unplugged our uplink connectivity. But luckily for us, we brought in a gadget from South Africa that would serve as a redundancy. So when that happened... The
insurance policy had to kick in quickly.
The colleagues just switched over and we were back on air. And this is where I realized that, you know what, when people say take out insurance...
Take it out.
You must do it. Just imagine now if we had not had that, because the problem of trying to find where the potential problem could be would take us a bit of time, and
Definitely.
that would have frustrated millions of people.
And of course, in television time, 1, 2, 3 seconds is already too long.
Yes.
It's already too long.
Yes.
In terms of this, of course, one of the things that I know that you're very passionate about is creating connection and access for the grassroots level for communities to understand and get information in their languages. The radio services have been instrumental in that. You had made a very, very strong and assertive commitment to make sure that they are also running at the same pace with television as well. Just reflect on a little bit on the importance
100%. And in our discussions almost daily since the passing, it was like radio, television, and online, everybody should be there. So what we've been doing is that for Touch FM, which is the youth station, which is English, and National FM, it's relatively okay. It dovetails easier with what you do. But for all other language services that are in vernacular, we there said that, look, get our presenters, get a resource person who understands the politics, who can speak about the late, and then you do your interpretation in the language that the listeners are getting to. And that has also worked extremely, extremely well, because I got calls about people who are staying on farms who only have access to radio, appreciating what has been happening. So for us, I believe we've done the best that we can. It was a matter of, we were also not too sure how to tackle this thing, but as it was evolving on a daily basis, we started seeing how to put everything into place as well. And then, of course, from a resource perspective, we've also seen the things that we need, that we may not have.
And that was going to be my next question in terms of the resources, because many people don't know. I mean, I think there were 2 or 3 pictures that were shared behind the scenes, and there were about 28, 30 cameras being, organized and being set up. Just talk to us about the resource requirement and, the additional staff and resources that needed to come in.
Yeah, let me start with the one which is hilarious. Someone was saying, oh, this NBC, so they know these things. Why were they hiding the cameras? Now, the thing is, in terms of broadcast, in order for you to be able to have high definition quality on your TV, it's the same. Like now, even if we or any other channel is broadcasting in high definition, but your TV at home is not attuned to that, you will not get that quality. Now, within broadcasting, it's a whole chain. It starts with a camera that records, and then there's a loop feeding into broadcast, final control, final termination, up to uplink, and then transmitters getting on and then reaching your home. So if that stream as a process getting to the final picture that gets to your house, if it is also not fully attuned to be high definition, then nothing can happen. Because you can have everything here, you can have all those cameras, but if your system that is transmitting is not there, that creates a problem. What we did, Ricardo, late last year, I think Blanche did an interview. I did inform the nation that NBC 1 and 2 are actually high definition. But whether people believed us or not, I don't know. But the events of the past 3 weeks have forced Namibians now to be attuned with NBC, radio, TV, and online. In fact, I had someone saying they've never watched NBC this much. And the same person the next day calls me, which was yesterday, says that, so my TV license fee that I've been paying, I feel I'm getting the value out of that. And my remark was simple. It's to say that sometimes we will give a view over what things are based on what people are saying. So until you go in and experience it yourself, you will not know. This is what we do on a daily basis. This is our job. This is our lives. It's a way of life for us. So the challenge now is that comes next week, we can't go back. We have to keep the momentum. We have to be that news and current affairs entity that can actually keep the things going. So from our end, I believe we've done a great deal of good, and we hope that as NBC we've been able to portray and allow Namibians to be part of a process in terms of the whole process of getting to where we are today, which is the actual burial ceremony. So, and I'm tempted to believe that we've succeeded in that.
The thing, of course, is also going forward in terms of the programming. What are we looking at going forward once the burial is done in terms of maintaining sort of the legacy and continuing with some of the conversations?
Naturally, these conversations will go ahead, but you must also know that even within the transition, there's changes that came in politically in terms of where and what Namibia should be. So as an NBC now, we will have to think about how do we reflect everything, because at the base, at the core, what we must create is harmony within all of us. So we will just do what we know best, but one thing that we will be doing, particularly from a television perspective, we already have Good Morning Namibia, which runs from 6 to 9 live. So the block now from 9 to 1 will also have to have current sort of
content,
happenings within it, and then between 1 and 2 it's already taken care of, because we have the news and then it's Iron Sadek. And then from 2 up to 6 we are also relatively safe there, because already from 6 Nina's show starts, and then from there it's the live discussion programs then leading us into the news. So in terms of where we are would be to see how do we mobilize resources, and hopefully our minister and the Minister of Finance, and then also the Director General of National Planning of Namibia, I'm hoping that they are listening, because currently there's a request on the table of the Minister of Finance. If we get that, yes, already within the next 3 to 4 months, there will be major improvements in terms of what we will be having on the table. Yeah, but all in all, Ricardo, I just need to go back again and really just thank the NBC staff for commitment going beyond the call of duty. That's all I can ask it, because our last meeting, by the way, finished last night at about 1:30, and we were planning for this morning already.
and we have to be on air at 6.
Yes, and as the person who must give hope to the staff, I was party to that as well, discussing, quickly reflecting, and then saying, how do we start the day, even though we know that we had our plans, as you know.
And I think for many people, obviously they're seeing you in a suit here. They don't know that the last 2 days you were up and down here in a T-shirt.
I tell you, but this is what we do. This is our life. It's our 100%. Way of life, and we like and we love what we're doing. And for the warmth that we've been receiving, we don't take that for granted.
Thank you very much, Comrade DG, for making time out to just come and reflect on the coverage and provide that confidence to the nation.
Always a pleasure, Ricardo. Thank you very, very much.
Director General of the Namibia Broadcasting Corporation, Stanley Similo, of course, reflecting on the beginning, how they had to bring the news to the nation at 3 o'clock in the morning. That is, of course, on a Sunday morning. And somebody was saying last night, one of my nieces, that the president, even in his passing, still has jokes. How does he have his burial on the one day that most things are prohibited? Stay with us. We'll be back after the break. Of course, there you can see the visuals from the procession that took place on Friday. Was the body of the late Dr. Hage G. Geingob to be viewed by the nation. That was around Soweto Market in Independence Avenue at that very moment where it was moving to. Of course, it started initially from the State House around 12:15 on Friday. That's with the procession being led by the Chief of the Defense Force alongside the President as well as the Chief Mourner or the Mourner-in-Chief. And starting off first with the Young Younger Street, headed to David Hosea Meroro Street, in Auckland Park and continuing turning into right in Auckland Park to Dorado Park with Hendrik Witbooi Street. After that, of course, Moses Tlarweb into Khomasdal, and then Ochimise with Winnie Madikizela Mandela Road. Immediately after that, of course, coming into Independence Avenue. And then finishing at Casa Rosalia for 4 hours, where the family had their intimate gathering on Friday.
Yes, and indeed it was an intimate and somber gathering, Ricardo, where the family members that we also reported on, or them actually telling us that the family tree spreads across the maize triangle, starting from Oshiwarongo to Otavi to Ocho and also Tsumeb, and then as well as towns such as Arandes and Korijas and so on. That's now the Geingob family tree that's spreading across, and all of them, especially the elderly, were present at Casa Rosalia alongside the widow and the children to receive the remains and have their intimate moments with the late Dr. Geingob before handing over the body to the state. That's actually also another traditional manner in which the handing over of the body is being done in the Damara or the Ngukwe culture. So them also just giving thanks to the state for according the highest honor to Dr. Geingob as the commander-in-chief. But what was so heartwarming, Ricardo, is that Namibians coming out, as your niece later also said last night about the president's burial taking place on the day of on the day that most activities are prohibited. Someone also mentioned on Friday during the procession, or as they were watching the procession on NBC, that even in his death, he is still sticking to his mantra of no Namibian should feel left out, and that is what the army or the military made sure for them to have a glimpse of Dr. Geingob by taking him to the people as he was the people's president.
Well, of course, we know also in terms of the procession that you're seeing there, there was, of course, also a very deliberate selection, and really tells you also about the makeup of Windhoek City, because all of the streets that were used for the procession are streets that are named after liberation struggle heroes, or those that are tied to the liberation or anti-colonialism to a certain extent. Of course, David Hosea Mororo, we know he was instrumental in the Namibia liberation struggle from Angola as part of the People's Liberation Army of Namibia plan between 1975 and 1989. Hendrik Witbooi, of course, we know, located in the southwest part of Windhoek, was formerly known as Charles Marais Street, and the street is named after Hendrik Witbooi. He was an African leader of the Xhosa and Nama people, and of course the first deputy prime minister, and also a former vice president of the SWAPO party as well. And Laurent Desire Kabila, of course, you know who that is, also from the DRC as well. Nelson Mandela, who doesn't know who Nelson Mandela is? Part of the procession was also Nelson Mandela Avenue. Winnie Madikizela Mandela, one of the longest stretches in Katutura as well, formerly known as the Ochimisa Road, was also being used there as well. And this one will catch you by surprise. Sean McBride Street, the street, of course, one of the streets leading us to the Independence Stadium, is actually named after Sean McBride, who is one of the co-authors, the co-drafters of the Constitution of the Organization of the African Union, who is the African Union as we know it
Union today as well as Moses Tlarweb, again another liberation struggle stalwart, who is also buried at the Heroes Acre, where Dr. Geingob will be buried as well.
But for now, let's quickly cross over to Selman Dikwa, that's standing by at the Independence Stadium. Selma, good morning.
Good morning. We are still here at the Independence Stadium. It has been an overwhelming, period. For some, it has sunk in. For some, it is yet to sink in as we come to terms with the death of our late president, Dr. Hage Geingob. Now, you will agree with me, as it has been expressed over this past weeks, that the number of people symbolize his selfless and exemplary nature. Now, of course, people came from all walks of life. In fact, some even overnight here, to pay their last respect to the late president, as he's actually also still lying in state. And from here, just to pay their last respect to the prodigious leader. And of course, from here, 9:15, the procession will start in reverse order all the way through Rugby Road, Hosea Kutakoriopoth Road, that is a B1 road, accompanied by President Nangolo Mbuba and a full military honor. And from there, the President Geingob, late President Dr. Geingob, will be laid in a mausoleum reserved for presidency, that is at Heroes Acre, close to a statue of an unknown soldier. And of course, he himself was a gallant soldier with a nature worth emulating. Now, as new developments emerge, we will keep the nation updated. But for now, let's just gauge the public. In fact, some of those who actually overnight here to pay their respect to the late President, Dr. Hage Geingob. He actually advocated for the betterment of young people, and I am joined by one of the youth here. Thank you so much for joining us. What does this moment feel for you, and what is that impact that the late Dr. Hage Geingob played in your life?
A very good morning to everybody out there. I would like to say that we are here at the field where we give our last respect to our president. This is a very heartfelt and heavy moment to take. It is very hard to see him say goodbye to us. We are here to say our last respect to him, whereby I just want to remind the youth that we should look into the path that our president has left for us. We should hold on to the theme whereby he says inclusivity spells harmony and exclusivity spells conflict. And we should not look to the bad side of the president, but we should also look to the good side of him, whereby he has made a very big structure in this world, in Namibia, mostly the young people, and he has built a house for us where he leaves nobody out, and we should make sure that we join this house. And he has gone home, and we should say our last respect to him. Well, the Lord has given us and the Lord has taken, and we are very grateful that we had a very reverent leader like him. He was the father to the nation. He was the father to the fatherless, a child to those that did not have children, especially the old people. And I'm very heartbroken to see that he has left us forever. I thank you.
A heartfelt message indeed. Now, the other thing as well is that that the president really emphasized on is building a Namibian house of unity and inclusivity, just as she said. But the other thing as well is that the late Dr. Hage Geingob really advocated for the betterment of old people, pushed for the better living conditions of old people, in particular, the social grants, pension grants in particular. Just here in the crowd, I'm joined by some of the elderly who in fact traveled all the way from the farm. Omar, thank you so much for joining us this morning. The late Dr. Hage Geingob really played a huge role in advocating for the better living conditions of old people. Hoe voel Oma vandaag?
I don't know how I feel, but the feelings I have will last with me until I pass on. He was a great man. He was a leader. He was a friend of youth. And also for us elders. What he had to do for us the best, for the elders, I don't know. But God will see. And what he promised, we will get it. We are not hurried about that. Therefore, I am here today to show the last respect and farewell to him. Thank you.
What is that fond memory that Oma has of the late Dr. Hage Geingob? What do you remember about Hage Geingob that stuck, Dr. Hage Geingob that stuck with you?
He's great leadership. What I mentioned already. Leadership, the peace, the unity, what he have for everyone is a leader. Whether it's a young or sport or what, he was for all of us. What can I say? 10 in 1. Do you understand? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Omar, for that contribution. Well, there you had it, impact deeply felt and a vacuum left, that is by our late president, Dr. Hage Geingob. But we are still waiting for the processions to begin here at the Independence Stadium, and we will keep the nation updated accordingly.
Thank you very much, Salma, for bringing us that report, and of course just an update on what's happening at the Independence Stadium. In a few moments from now, we will be crossing over to the Heroes Acre just to take a peek in terms of the crowds gathering there and what is the activity at this point in time.
And the gates have been open since 6 o'clock this morning. But just on that interview, the brief interviews that Selma had with the elderly, Ricardo, you remember that the late president mentioned in his New Year's message, after christening the year as the year of expectation, that his wish is to see the increment of the old age grant at least from between $2,000 to $3,000. So that is what the Omar was also just touching on, and that he has been, as Selma alluded to, that advocating for the better living conditions of the elderly. I can tell you, Ricardo, that the elderly were quite close to Omes.
But of course, just during his tenure, we know that the grant, the old age grant, more than doubled since he took over the office of the president. Of course, now there was the announcement of between the 2,000 and 3,000. That's the big one, the expectation. I asked the Minister of Finance last week when he came to pay tributes. They say, they say that the last wish of somebody that passed has to be honored.
Has to be honored.
Yeah, and he said that definitely they will be looking into that as well. So who knows? There might be an emergency cabinet meeting just this week to take a look at that particular issue as well. We are, of course, also aware that the national budget is going to be announced this coming week as well. So perhaps that might also feature in that conversation. But tell me about the theme of the memorial yesterday that the youth relayed a bit earlier on. Yes,
it was his famous, the famous saying of Dr. Geingob, which was, inclusivity spells harmony, exclusivity spells conflict. So for Dr. Geingob, Ricardo, these were just more than sayings or mantras. He was actually striving to live by it, as you can see from his cabinet appointments, his appointments when it comes to the advisors, his appointments when it comes to even the heads of foreign missions. It was a build-up to what he termed as the Namibian house. A house whereby Namibians will not be identifying themselves with individual tribes, but rather as the Namibians first. So for Dr. Geingob, he lived by those mantras. He actually, that was his wish, that now we just have to live, or we just have to carry on his legacy, that there is unity actually in diversity. And we are fortunate, Ricardo, I can tell you, we are fortunate to be in a country that cherishes peace over anything else. I have been to several countries whereby, and you've also listened after the smooth transition of power, how Namibia was actually praised for a young democracy, actually. And these are some of the attributes that or praises that are being that the late Dr. Geingob is being hailed for. So it's quite a journey that this the late statesman has walked from the age of 21 when he left Namibia going into exile, and then till the age of 82. So it was quite a journey that he has been on his feet for the interest of this country.
Of course, over 6 decades of service there from Dr. Hage G. Geingob, but nonetheless, he will be laid to rest at the Heroes Acre. The gates, of course, are open. People are arriving as we speak. Dignitaries, members of the diplomatic corps, and others, of course, already have arrived at the Acre as well. But to give us more details in terms of what's happening there, let's really cross over to Emil Sabeb, who's standing by at the Heroes Acre. Good morning, Emil.
Thank you, Blanche and Ricardo. Like you rightfully said, the gates opened at 6 o'clock at the Heroes Acre. The queues are far-reaching, quite lengthy queues. Behind me, you can see it is getting fuller by the minute. Dr. Geingob's body will arrive here shortly before 10 o'clock, where he will then be laid to rest here at the Heroes Acre. Now, last night at Independence Avenue, the official ceremony ended with a traditional send-off, the Ngukwen Ice, of course, engaging in Geingob, some of them directly coming from the Independence Stadium. I'm joined now by Mr. Geingob, who was also at the stadium, a mourner here to see off the president. Marisa.
Moro, tayinga to famigore.
Aingia. Sago ke ne bahati madira thang itu ne bahasa.
Ne bahas te kaise kira chage de ke ame habe de kaise a wakati a urin hula ti a chungsa. To ko ba kai chung sida di tana hope ti kai tu ya. Ngati kai chung ba ta sida wang ngas ke sida kaise habo ya khase sida ibati da kaise sida u ma kap khatani nan ti ke sang u ti da ke I kaise da ke kai huing hoa ka ma khabe da kaise am khasa chungwa ti kaise o ma sida di presidenti nukwen ti urikwen ti hora ga kwedang aroma o wangas a khasa kaise a chungsa ba sida wada Namibia ida wada ti da ke to khoba sida di presidenti di lei vaccine arigam oza ngkai ti toang bosko sida joko ngai sida ka ngai di hangu ku da mutani toang bosa ngai agaze toang boske kwetsa tabete nga huti unika komasi ba ma tira e basen nga sida ke toang bosa ngai to wati au ba ke to wati saluti tabete nga huti da ke nga ba khu khaba to wa kaneng ipcha ko ting hoba di cha ko tri
Just to summarize, thank you so much, sir. Just to summarize what he's saying, this the whole news has been shocking. Still struggling or trying to find answers in the passing of Dr. Geingob. So far, dignitaries have started arriving. I've seen various political leaders, parliamentarians from various political parties also arriving. Pastor Reverend David is also here to speak with us, paying his respects, mourning the death of Dr. Geingob.
Moro.
Marigo ke khongwa khwasa tsineba go ha has nesa madira thangego.
Ne ho sada ke hagas khan tongwa please e kaise nga utlwa ka ke a khongwa tske ne khwasa waraka Namibia chi eda auga aichi kanaga kaise ke kamse a thanka huping ida gro kong aba ipia khadi kaira khoida ke amabes na kaira khon kuning kwan sina ke amabes na ke re ko ka kai dui au ibada ko wangan khaisa kaise wap asi ibada ni chi ida ke nga amaka ida ke didatina nganti tsoi ni ba go Independence Stadium ni ba ipti soros amka nungkai chi ngai khai tot ida go unika kongasi ba mabis ko se chita ke khadira kan kenko arisia ngadi I
President Singa President na rakankan nang koloba ma amda tip nates onata nidi ni sa se tip type na sidadi President sidadi kung sidadi papa to change the name kasa.
What she's saying basically is expressing her thanks to Madame Monica Geingob for allowing the traditional process to take place. What I also understand from her is the First Lady joined in on the rite of passage, where she expressed that they gave over the spirit of Dr. Geingob to the ancestors. Blanche and Ricardo, we will still see what we get from the Heroes Acre. Arrival of the dignitaries, arrival of the public still ongoing here at the Heroes Acres.
Well, those were the scenes from one of the candlelight vigils in one of the two Kavango regions. And I must mention that throughout the 3 weeks, the different towns, different regions have been having the candlelight vigils, whereby mourners would pay their last respects to the late President Dr. Hage Geingob, as well as to reflect on the life and times of his legacy.
Well, of course, in terms of that as well, we are going to continue with these reflections. Just to let you know, we are expecting the official, in fact, commencement of the funeral at exactly 10 o'clock. In terms of the arrivals right now, we know the general public, the gate was opened for at 6 o'clock. Many of them moving from the Independence Stadium to the Heroes Acre. At 7:55, the service chiefs started arriving. The service chiefs, of course, all the service chiefs of the Namibian Defense Force, including the police as well, that is the chiefs of the Navy, the Army, as well as the Air Force, and the Namibian police, represented by Inspector General Joseph Shikongo as well. And at exactly 8:05, the members of the diplomatic corps started arriving. That's, of course, all our ambassadors and diplomatic staff from other countries. And then Chief Emmanuel Tlasep, the chairperson of the Council of the Traditional Leaders, of course, opening up the arrival of our national leaders, followed by Dr. George Simata, the Secretary to Cabinet, and then the hosts, the mayor of Windhoek, as well as the regional governor of Khomas region as the host, of course, also arriving now to receive the rest of the dignitaries that will be showing up for today. And then, of course, in the next few minutes, we will witness also the arrival of Honorable Vikendri Manani, the leader of the official opposition. He was, of course, also one of the pallbearers selected for the funeral, the burial, the memorial, as well as the burial. And what a tribute from Honorable Vanani yesterday.
Yes, Ricardo, and the pallbearers, well, the selection of the pallbearers remains. So the leader of the official opposition also will perform that function today alongside the military pallbearers. So that is what will continue. But just before we had the visuals, or showed the visuals of the candlelight vigils from one of the two Kavango regions, we had Emil Sapep from the Heroes Acre, where he spoke to the members of the public who were at Independence Stadium. Some of them that he said made their way immediately after sunrising with the remains of the late president, Dr. Geingob. They made their way to the Heroes Acre as the gates opened at 6 o'clock. But let's now cross over to the Independence Stadium, where Denver Kisting is on standby with the latest. And just as an update, that the procession will move from Independence Stadium to the Heroes Acre.
Good morning, Ricardo. Good morning, Blanche. Good morning, Team Studio 2. Thank you for holding the fort at headquarters. My name is Denver Kisting. We're coming to you live from Independence Stadium, where the body of President Hage Geingob is lying in state until it will be moved to Heroes Acre later this morning for the official burial that will commence at 10 o'clock this morning. For a regular traffic and related update, particularly as far as it relates to the proceedings for today, we're joined this morning by Superintendent Marceline Murapa from the City Police's Public Relations and Community Policing Section. Good morning to you, Sup, and thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning. Good morning to you and good morning to our viewers.
Sup, I'm sure yesterday was a very busy day for law enforcement. Could you take us through what transpired today and perhaps also tell the viewers what it is that they can expect today?
This morning, I will start off with the traffic updates, which is a few of our roads that are affected, especially the CBD and the City South. This is the road that will be leading us to the Heroes Acre. We have the intersection of Dr. Abby May and Robert Mugabe that's currently flashing on red. We have Sam Nujoma Drive at Dr. Kwame Nkrumah also flashing on red. Ours Road and Michelle McLean intersecting Frankie Friedrichs, also flashing on red. And mind you, this road is the route, among the route that, it's part of the route that's leading us to the Heroes Acre. It's currently flashing on red, but it's not something to worry about, as our officers will be there to assist with the directing the flow of traffic. With that said, again, in the CBD, we have Mburumba Kerina intersecting Independence Avenue, that's also flashing on red. But like I mentioned earlier, our traffic officers are out there to assist. If we are more occupied, we'll also use the shift that's on duty to assist us now directing the flow of traffic. There's also a road closure, Independence Avenue intersecting Daniel Monamava. That is closed off because of the construction that's currently going on there. With that said, just to again inform our viewers that at the Heroes Acre itself, we have erected a few signage that will assist us to guide the private vehicle as well as all the vehicles that will be going there in terms of parkings, where will the public park and where will the dignitaries park. Although there are those who are already assisting to direct as you enter the main entrance to the Heroes Acre, we still have signage. Should you find yourself not sure of where to turn to, you will see that there are signages there that will assist with guiding.
Before we proceed, Sup, I think it's important to ask you, in the event that I'm a civilian arriving there with my own transport and I see that public transport spaces have been occupied, is it your recommendation that I rather leave, or what would you advise under those circumstances?
No, I will not advise you to leave, but if that parking is full, like I mentioned, there are those people who are already at the entrances. Those people, they'll be informed if the parking is full, just to advise those with private vehicles to see where they can get parkings, maybe somewhere closer to the Heroes Acre, just to allow everyone to attend. Yeah. Also to mention a few, we have our officers all over. I understand there are still those that are being picked at the bus stops, and our officers are also there assisting with the crowd control and making sure that everybody is getting in the bus safely without fighting and all those things. But again, I understand there will be a number of kids also allowed to get in the bus to go to the Heroes Acre. But as of yesterday, we received a report whereby 2 minors came to the stadium, but they did not return home up to now as we speak. One is 13 years old and another one is 12. Just to urge the members of the public that should you see the 2 young girls or maybe anybody that know their way about, just to inform the police station or to take them to the police station so they will inform the relatives or the police so that we contact them. I'm also urging the parents that if your child is going either to the Independence Stadium or to the Heroes Acre, please take care of your kids, especially if you are going with them, so we avoid this type of incidents that happened yesterday.
Just one moment, Super. Is it your understanding that the two girls who are missing at the present moment arrived here without any parental supervision, without any guardians, without any caretakers?
Yes, they actually asked the parents if they can come to the stadium, but the parents said, no, you cannot go. They said, okay, it's fine. They were playing outside. Before the parents went outside to go check if they were still there, they were gone with the buses. They were only informed by some of the family members that know them that there were kids that those kids were seen at the stadium, but then they did not return home. I spoke to them this morning, but I advised them to visit the police station, because what we do most of the time is if a child get missing and is found, they will most of the time bring them to us or to the nearest police station. And thereafter, then the parents then will be urged to go visit the station to see if they can find them. I told them to visit Katutura, all even the mobile station nearby them, to see if they are in case taken there by the public member or anybody that got them.
I remember you flagged this issue yesterday morning when we touched base with you at Parliament Gardens, and that parents need to be mindful either to leave their children at home with a trusted adult, or in the event that the children accompany them, to make sure that they're aware of their children's whereabouts throughout. In the event that my child asks me whether or not they may come to Independence Stadium or Heroes Acre, and I say no, and then they vanish without my knowledge, is the parent still held accountable in the event that something happens to the child, or what happens?
Not necessarily, but a parent now, if you notice that your child, you haven't seen your child 10, 15 minutes or 20 minutes, you are looking for the child, you can't find the child, immediately just inform the police to assist you, see if we can locate the child. And if, for instance, the child already asked you if they can go to the Heroes Acre, you refused few minutes after the child is missing. Obviously, the one thing that you will think of, that child could be gone to the Heroes Acre. So go there and try to see if you can find the child, because it's really not safe for them. Because the whole day, when a parent did not allow a child to go, obviously you know not give them anything, money maybe for instance to go buy food. How will they be the whole day with no money, no food, no water? So it's for a parents also to go out. They ask the police to assist you and go look for your child, so you go get your child and bring them back. And I'll also advise that for those minors that are allowed to get in the bus, at least not below the age of 7, 8 or maybe 10, because those are too small. Those that are a little bit bigger, who may know where the house is, that will be better. But now, as for these two kids that are missing, I asked the parents and they told me that no, they know where home is, unless maybe they just did not get transport to take them home, but they cannot really get lost in Windhoek. They know especially the side of Katutura, the area they do not know is the area of Olympia and the Kleine Kupe. Maybe this is the area they could maybe not know from here to their houses.
Is there perhaps a mechanism, because we do know the buses are City of Windhoek buses, is there a mechanism, is there an additional team member on the bus to verify that if a minor boards the bus, that they are in the presence of an adult that they know, or is anyone allowed onto the bus provided there's space? I would imagine that it would require additional manpower to go through that verification process, and of course it would put pressure on the resource of time as well.
Yeah, no, unfortunately, myself personally, I was only informed a few minutes as I was approaching here that, not informed, but I overheard it on the radio to say that all those that are picking up people at the bus stop do not allow the kids also to get in as per the indication they received. This should be somebody that I think supervising those that are picking up people. But then I could not now verify that time to see as to is there somebody that's assisting, verifying as per your question.
Notwithstanding the very dark period that we're going through as a nation, notwithstanding the very dark day that today is, seeing that we will be laying to rest our president, we do know that criminals, unfortunately, may make use of the opportunity. Have any incidents been reported around that, especially in this area?
Yeah, incidences of theft out of motor vehicle. Yesterday, encouraged the members of the public not to leave valuable in their vehicle. But there were a number of theft out of motor vehicle that took place somewhere around here, and that is in the area of the criminals breaking into the car and get the valuable that could be visibly seen in the vehicle. I will still encourage members of the public, vehicle owners, not to leave valuables in the vehicle, laptop, cell phone, handbag, or even a $10. Don't leave it on a seat unless you forgot. Forgetting is something else. But try to keep it somewhere out of anybody that will pass sight. That is just to prevent or to reduce the cases of theft out of motor vehicle. And the other issue is also where there's a crowd, the criminals will always take chances. Pickpocketing, they like to do that. You feel like, okay, because we are too many, a person maybe is just passing and maybe you might rub shoulder to shoulder as you are passing. Sometimes it's not normal. They will do that, but at the same time, touching your handbag, your pocket and all that, just to get whatever that you have.
While we are mourning.
Yes, not everybody is here to mourn, although they are touched, but at the same time they are up there to make use of this opportunity because they know that almost everyone is vulnerable this time, so they will take advantage of that.
So any final thoughts before we let you go?
For now, I'll just urge again the public members, not the public vehicle, to leave on time. I'm not sure of the capacity. They understand it's a little bit, it might not accommodate a lot of people, but I'll urge that they leave on time to avoid congestion. As we speak, our road might be heavily congested already because the direction is to the southern part of the city. So we should leave on time to stay out of congested area and also just protect ourselves and our little ones as well as keeping our valuable out of sight.
Perhaps a reminder of the numbers that anyone, a visitor and a resident, can call or send a message to in the event that they encounter something, please?
Yeah, for anything that may need our viewers' attention, City Police toll-free number is 061 302 302 or our SMS line, which is 4444. You can send your information there. We can see it and send someone out. Or you can contact our counterpart, Namibian Police, which is on 10111. It's always reachable. We are working together. We are in joint operation, all of us, starting from the day everything started up to now. But this is not only the period that we work together, but throughout we are always together. Thank you so much.
Nitumezi, Superintendent, thank you for your time. Thank you for your continued service. And also today may also be a heavy day for you. He was also your president. So our thoughts are also with you.
Thank you so much.
Shangwe. That was Superintendent Mashalin Murapo from the City Police's Public Relations and Community Policing section, calling, as always, for continued vigilance, particularly today. We do see that members of the public are still arriving here at Independence Stadium to pay their last respects to President Geingob. The body is still lying in state. It will be closed soon before the procession will get underway from here to Heroes Acre to his final resting place.
heart of Namibia, a legend emerged. The people's president, a man larger than life. He possessed a presence that extended beyond what met the eye. To truly grasp his impact, one had to be in his presence. He was a man of many facets, a people's person, a farmer, a seasoned diplomat, a family man, a straight talker, a lover of sports, a true gentle giant. Born under a tree on a farm, his journey led him to become the first prime minister and the third democratically elected president of the Republic of Namibia. His legacy lives on, forever engraved in the hearts and minds of the Namibian people. Let us celebrate the extraordinary life and leadership of the people's president. Together, we carry on his vision. Remember, inclusivity embodies unity, peace, and harmony, while exclusivity breeds conflict.
Fellow Namibians, we have now turned the tide, and the Namibian house is in much better shape. We have to look forward in our march towards shared prosperity. With each new year, the promise of better opportunities is inevitable.
Go well, go well, go well. Go well, go well, go well. Till we meet again, son of the soul. 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 Go well, go well, go well. Go well, go well, go well. Till we meet again, son of the soul. Till we meet again, son of the soul. Ependa fulolaya, son of the soul. Omleli etu fiapo, son of the soul. Omaudi oshiwango tatondoka, son of the soul. Omiti mota diloluma, son of the soul. Go well, go well, go well. Go well, go well, go well.
Well, that was a tribute song. Go well. Well, Ricardo, have you noticed how over the last 3 weeks the creative arts industry also came out and paid tributes to Dr. Geingob in their own way?
Man, it's been incredible over the last 3 weeks, particularly in that aspect. We know there was a number of songs that were released, I think particularly also the likes of Big Ben. I think for Big Ben, in particular for Big Ben, it was the next day, if I'm not mistaken, either the Sunday evening or the Monday morning, I received the song in the WhatsApp inbox. And that's how quick the arts were also to, of course, respond to that as well. We know that the president was an avid music lover. He supported local musicians.
And he
supported
could
local
dance.
Music.
He could bust a move.
He could definitely bust a move there. So that I'm pretty sure a little later on we'll play in some clips of him busting some of those moves. Good thing, of course, is that the musicians were also given their platform and the time to mourn the president. Thursday, last week, they had that concert at Independence Arena, the free concert, where we had a variety of artists perform for the Namibian people from the afternoon straight up until past midnight there as well. You know, it's, if you look at the kind of thing that we're dealing with, one would really understand why it takes some time for us to come to the day, because there are so many sectors that he had a hand in. Everybody wanted to have their tribute and show their respects.
And before the broadcast, Ricardo, I had a chat with Selima, our reporter, where she even said, even just the inserts that the NBC and all the other media houses produced, where one could actually put the late president in every beat, which is now the type of story or the type of field that one covers. In fact, even the sports fraternity also had their day for tributes, the business community, and the youth and the elders. So one could really just put or place Dr. Geingob anywhere and everywhere. Oh, there he is, busting a move. And I remember that was a soccer match between Zambia, a friendly between Namibia and a Namibian team and a Zambian national team. Is that correct, Ricardo?
I think that's correct. I think that's also, it's a football match that I remember as well, all those moves. And then that's the kind of energy he had, a happy person for the most part, of course, even at serious occasions. And just this ability to charm different crowds, whether it was young people, whether it was older people. He was truly blessed in. You
see, somebody even said that for him to master a particular dance
so
move,
quickly,
all you just had to do is show him once. Just demonstrate it to him once, and then he'll do it even better than the teacher. So that was the kind of person Dr. Geingob was.
And I'm pretty sure, of course, in terms of the arts sector, they're also quite happy with the opportunity that they had to mourn him as well. And I'm pretty sure there will be more work that will come. Of course, music is a little bit much faster for production, but I understand there is a lot of work in terms of video, documentaries, etc., that are still in play. For folks, I know this is the SWAPO Party headquarters. One of the most popular videos of his.
He was always just that person who would cheer everyone up. Look at the vice president of the SWAPO Party, also just behind him with her fist, trying to also master the moves. But I used to tease him a lot, Ricardo, that how is it that all of them came back? That was the favorite.
I think this looks like the Congress of.
Yes, one of the congresses of the party. And it's so amazing how the Dilimani band was always just in tune at that particular moment, him busting that move. We tried to master it, but I'm sure even the comrades, the SWAPO Party cadres also tried to master that move, but now nobody could do it better than the master himself.
Nobody could do it better than the man himself. And of course, we know there will be a lot of celebration also today as well. Some of the messages that I'm receiving already saying, listen, we are preparing. We're going to go buy wood early in the morning. We are celebrating our president today. And that's the spirit, of course, that he has left us with. A lot of joy, even though it is still a somber time, he will be remembered as a charming, as a happy president, a people's person, for lack of a better word. When we come back after this short visit to the marketplace, we will speak to Colonel Shalumbu, who's of course going to be joining us here. And today he is in particular draped up. The one thing, before we go for this break, also Blanche, that I've heard throughout all this tribute was that he was very serious about looking good. even if you show up for work, you need to look the part as well. And we've had a number of individuals. Dr. Auden Mate told me the first time he came to the office after he was offered the personal assistant job already in the 90s. When he showed up, he had two different colors on in terms of his suit blazer and the trouser. And the president sent him home and told him, listen, that yellow that you're wearing and that blue, go home,
it's not on it.
go and put on a proper suit and come back. You're not going to start your office day today unless you're dressed properly. And of course, that goes together with the discipline, showing respect, of course, for your audience, the people that you're meeting, and the profession that you're working in.
No, he always had this saying, Ricardo, that your dress code should announce your arrival. So, and that goes with the scent as well, that goes with your discipline, as you said, but that also goes with the hard work that one puts into whatever you are doing at that particular moment as well. And that those discipline or him reprimanding his support staff was also extended to us as the media crew who would accompany him. And I wish we had an opportunity to speak to my two camera operators, Tala Kasheta and Thomas Amkwaya. They used to imitate the late president to the latter. And with that, I would also say even the type of ties they would put on, even the cufflinks, even just the walk, you know, the signature walk, that of putting the hand in one pocket. And then I used to tell my two camera operators, guys, please don't do that, because you have to carry the camera, you carrying the camera requires you to have to put both of your hands on the camera. We need steady shots. Leave the walk for Akhaba.
Well, of course, the procession will be starting, the ceremonial route procession will be starting very soon from the Independence Stadium, of course, headed to the Heroes Acre, where the burial ceremony will take place. We have Colonel Shilumbu joining us after the break, so we can just unpack for us what we can expect for today from the side of the Namibian Defence Force and the procedures that will be employed.
And also, just before we cut to the break, Ricardo, earlier on we did show visuals of the military personnel at Independence Stadium taking turns to salute the late president, who at the time, until the time of his passing, was the commander-in-chief.
Fellow Namibians, we have now turned the tide, and the Namibian house is in much better shape. We have to look forward in our march towards shared prosperity. With each new year, the promise of better opportunities is inevitable.
Go well, go well, go well. Go well, go well, go well. Till we meet again, son of the soul. Till we meet again, son of the soil. Till we meet again, son of the soil. Till we meet again, son of the soil. Go well, go well, go well. Go well, go well, go well. Till we meet again, son of the soul. Till we meet again, son of the soul. Ependa fulolaya, son of the soul.
Well, of course, Josie Jones in the background there with Go Well, one of the many songs that were released by Namibian artists, musicians, of course, over the last 3 weeks to pay tribute to their late president, who had, of course, supported the arts industry so gallantly during his period. Of course, we know that there were also provisions made throughout the National Art Council during COVID to provide financial assistance to up to 75,000 apiece for musicians. So, of course, we know that they are showing their appreciation for some of those efforts, one of many from the side of the late president. But now, of course, we know that this is a state funeral. There are a number of procedures that we need to observe in as far as how the body has been handled, how it's being transported, and some of the activities that take place around that as well. And as we know, when it's a state funeral, the Namibian Defense Force is in charge. And this one in particular, much more special for them because the late president was their commander-in-chief at the time of his passing. I'm joined now by Colonel Shalumbu from the Namibian Defense Force Public Relations Office to reflect on the activities for this morning. Colonel, thank you so much for making time out to join us once again this morning.
Good morning, Ricardo, and good morning, Namibia.
Well, Colonel, of course, I just want to say, I think when you were here yesterday, the draping was completely different. You were in camouflage, but I see today you have switched up. Just speak to us around this. Is this now the ceremonial outfit or?
Yes, you are correct. The uniform that I had yesterday on, it was a camouflage, which is a combat uniform, ready for combat or for any operation. And the uniform that I'm having today, this is the ceremonial uniform, whether it is for any celebration or for the ceremony like the state funeral of our former head of state and commander-in-chief of the Namibian Defense Force. So this is the gear that we put on, especially most of our senior officers, some of the junior and NCOs. So this is the uniform that we have to put on today. Mm-hmm. But don't be surprised, the escort that I've told you yesterday, yes, the big number of troops, they will put on the camouflage, the combat uniform.
They will put on the camouflage.
Yes.
And now there is the number of troops, the 200 that will be standing at the entrance.
More than 200.
And they will also be wearing camouflage.
They will be also wearing camouflage. Okay. But their commanders, the officers, they will have the ceremonial dress.
They will have the ceremonial dress on, yes, there as well. But of course, I've always been mentioning that no one audience is the same. I just want us to also just will be followed throughout the ceremony today. Let's start off with what's happening at Independence Stadium. What is the status right now? We know, of course, that the body has not been loaded onto the carriage yet.
As we are speaking right now, I was just communicating with my crew members on the ground. They have informed me that there are still some members of the public who are still turning up to view and pay their respect to our former president. So there's still a number of people who are coming in, and these are the people who are making their ways to Independence Stadium. And immediately after that number have reduced or completely there's nobody else coming in, the casket will then be prepared for Heroes Acre for the burial to take place later on this morning.
Is there an exact time that we expected for that procession to start moving, or is it depending on the amount of people that are still remaining at the Independence Stadium?
We are expecting the casket to be or to arrive at Heroes Acre by 9:45 this morning. That's the time that the casket should arrive at Heroes Acre. Exactly at 9:45, the casket should be at Heroes Acre.
Colonel, take us through one last time, of course. We've seen the guards that are standing around in the visuals just now. For the laymen on the street, what is their responsibility? We've been seeing, and of course, some movements around the coffin throughout the evening. If you can just talk us through that.
The vigil guards were tasked to make sure that the body of the late Commander-in-Chief should be guarded throughout the night. And beside the vigil guards, we also have sentries far from the coffin or far from the casket who are around the stadium, in and outside, to make sure that the stadium it's well protected, and also for members of the public to come and view without any disturbance. So that is the symbol duty of the vigil guards plus the sentries to make sure that the casket is well protected and security is provided throughout the night, and also to assure the public that whatever time they want to go and view the body of the late, they can do that, and they've been doing that throughout the evening or throughout the night.
Of course, the important point now would be in the next few minutes, we'll have the body loaded onto the carriage, and then the ceremonial route procession will complete its route to the Heroes Acre. For the laymen on the streets, and perhaps also for the benefit of those that might not have heard you concerning this, can you just take us through the arrangement of the procession, and who is where, and who are, of course, the accompanying officers and their ranks as well?
The procession towards Heroes Acre, the NDF will provide a final highest military respect to the Commander-in-Chief with an escort and street lining of NDF troops. As I stated yesterday, that this lining or the street lining of NDF troops along the road will start at the pointing 10 into Heroes Acre, and it will continue until at the internal flame on top there. So that whole portion will be covered with the street lining. Immediately after the police roadblock, then you turn in, so you'll be able to see some of the visuals when they come in from aerial. We'll be able to see that street lining of our troops being displayed. Yes.
Just talk us through what we see in the visuals. So first, I think we said the 4 bikes, starting with those.
The 4 bikes and the city police are the sweepers in front, followed by the army provost vehicles, followed by the APCs.
So those 2 are the provosts, that's the military police now.
Yeah, military police, those sedans, those 2. And then you get your forward protection. These are the armed personnel vehicle called P05. And then you have the chaplain, Agarare. That's the Agarare with a chaplain. And then this is the RG32 pulling the gun carriage with a casket on. Those are the visuals from Friday. And then we have also the rear protection, the APCs again. And then the bus with bearers. And then I can see the vehicle of the service commanders. That's now the Army commander, the Air Force commander, the Navy commander, and other major generals such as Major General Nathinge. I also see the other vehicles of other generals like Brigadier General Shikomba, the ambulance, and then this other RG32 behind. They are also there just in case the one that is pulling the casket or pulling the gun carriage, anything happen to it, you have a backup. Plan A and Plan B should always be implemented.
Definitely, Plan A and Plan B, and of course, I think that closes off the procession finally with the Namibian police behind them as well. In terms of what you're saying a bit earlier on, of course, just take us through. We know that next to the coffin, there are a number of individuals that are there. We know they are pallbearers, and we also know that they're also the military pallbearers. Just talk to us through who are the military pallbearers and their respective ranks and the reason for those ranks as well.
Okay. The pallbearers, as I stated yesterday, they are major generals and few brigadier generals. Simple because this is one of the highest state funeral where we have lost where we have lost a president, or even if it was a former president, it will be again the pallbearers will be of the same rank category. So in this case, we have Army Commander Major General Aktofel Nambahu is one of the pallbearers. Air Force Commander, that's Air Vice Marshal Theophilus Shaende. He's also a pallbearer. We have Admiral Paulus Amugulu, Navy Commander, he's also a pallbearer. Then we have Major General Petrus Nathinge, he's also a pallbearer. We have Brigadier General or Air Commodore Hawanga Muhenye, is also a pallbearer. We have Rear Admiral Junior Grade Reddy Gontep, it's also one of the pallbearers. And then the bearers, these are the trusted formation sergeant majors who must handle now the casket to pick it up from, example, from the casket, from the gun carriage to the internal flame where it will go and stand for a few hours. So those are the formation sergeant majors. The formation sergeant major, we started with Warrant Officer Class 1 Mungome. It's a formation sergeant major from 1-2 Brigade that is based in Kietmans. And then we have Warrant Officer Class 1 Ipinge. He's a Fleet Command Master at Arms from the Navy. We have also Warrant Officer Kandume, Support Command Master at Arms, also from the Navy. We also have Warrant Officer Class 1 Paulus, formation sergeant major from Karibeb Air Base. We also have Warrant Officer Shikongo, formation sergeant major from Air Base in Grootfontein. We'll also have Warrant Officer Kadila. It's a formation sergeant major from Air Defense Brigade. We have Warrant Officer Class 1 Ishuna. Is also a formation sergeant major from 4 Artillery Brigade, that is in Chiwarongo. We have also a Warrant Officer Class 1 Bernard. He's from the Namibian Defense Force Training Establishment. We will also have a Warrant Officer Class 1 Kanyungu. He's a regimental sergeant major from the Ceremonial Battalion here at 21 Brigade in Windhoek. We will also have a very dedicated Warrant Officer Muti, regimental sergeant major. He's also from NDF Training Establishment. We also have Warrant Officer Kangupa. He's from 211 Battalion, from 21 Brigade. We also have Warrant Officer Class 2 Kalimbo. He's also from the NDF TE. So those are some of the sergeant majors, formation sergeant majors that are entrusted to carry and handle the casket from point A to point B, especially when they are offloading or loading it on the gun carriage.
We, of course, also have the civilian pallbearers that will be serving alongside the Namibia Defense Force yesterday and today. Starting off with Honorable Alpheus Narus, a former member of the cabinet as well. Mr. Mangaliso Geingob, who is the eldest son of the late president. We also have Honorable John Mutorwa, who was just sworn in as the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Works and Transport. Of course, also longtime friend of the late and a member of Parliament and Cabinet since independence. Also, Honorable Mchenry Vanani, the leader of the official opposition. He is also one of the pallbearers, delivered a statement, not only a statement, but a tribute and remembrance yesterday. A remarkable statement yesterday made by the member of opposition, of course, but also quite a good friend of the President, Geingob, as well. Also, the other pallbearers are Honorable Ben Amadila, also former member of cabinet and SWAPO party stalwart as well, and he's also one of those that will be the pallbearers. And last but not least, Lieutenant General retired Martin Shali, former Chief of the Namibia Defense Force, will also be the final pallbearer alongside the Namibia Defense Force. Let's talk about the activities now. Is there something you wanted to add before we move over to the activities at the venue?
Yes. Yesterday we spoke of the number of gun salutes for different categories. Today I have that number, and I would like to share that number with the public so that they can also know for their own consumption. One of them is the former president, for example, is entitled also to the same treatment that is accorded to a sitting president. So it's a 21 gun salute. And the number also will not exceed more than 2,000 troops to participate in the state funeral of a former president. And then for the Prime Minister, the gun salute, it's been reduced to 19 gun salute. And the number of troops that are going to participate, it's not more than 900 troops. For the Speaker of the National Assembly, the number of gun salutes are 19. And the number of troops not to exceed 800 men and women in uniform to participate in the type of funeral that is accorded to the Speaker of the National Assembly. The chairman of the National Council is entitled to 17 gun salute, and also the number of troops not exceeding 800 men and women in uniform for the type of funeral that is accorded to the chairman of the National Council. The Chief Justice is entitled also to 17 gun salute, and the number of troops, no change, it's 800. Deputy Prime Minister is also entitled to 17 gun salute, and the number of troops participating for that type of a funeral accorded to the Deputy Prime Minister is not also exceeding 800 men and women in uniform. Cabinet Ministers is entitled also to 17 gun salute, and the number of troops, no change, it's also 800. Attorney General is also entitled to 17 gun salute, and the number of troops are also no change, are 800. Any other citizen as directed by the President, depending on the type of funeral, the gun salute is 13, and the number of troops not exceeding 600 men and women in uniform that are going to participate in the funeral.
Oh, that's 600. Okay, that's very, very clear in terms of the numbers, and of course it reduces according to the different ranks that you find. In terms of the activities that will take place, the ceremonial activities from the side of the Defence Force at the burial site today, the gun salute will be one of them.
Yes. We'll have a gun salute.
Then you'll have the fly salute.
Then we'll have a fly salute. It will be very, very interesting. Yesterday after I left, I went to get in touch with the colleagues from Air Force just to highlight me more and give me more information regarding the salute.
For the benefit of those that haven't tuned in, just take us through the fire salute and how it happens at the same time in parallel with the 21 gun salute as well.
During the lowering of the casket, the whole parade will be commanded by the escort commander for national salute, and this is Brigadier General Orange. He's the one who's going to command, because the parade, the main parade or the main escort will be at the lower ground, while the lowering of the casket is taking place at the gravesite, but with a guard of honor very close to the gravesite. So the escort commander will command the whole parade, including the guard of honor on top, national salute. And then immediately once he commands national salute, the gun salute, the 21 gun salute will be fired. At the same time, we are expecting now a missing men salute to be carried out by the Air Force. Meaning we expect 8 K8. 8 K8. K8 is the name of the jet fighters or the aircraft. They will be flying from west to east of Windhoek. One of the aircraft will lead in front, while the other 7 aircraft will follow their leader in a Vic formation. The formation they are going to fly, it's called a Vic or arrowhead. The formation will display presidential and national colors. We know these colors. These colors are blue, gold, green, and red. The leading aircraft will not display any color because it will break off by pulling up and break off to the right. Means a lost man formation will symbolize that we as Namibia or Namibians have lost a leader who was now, in this case, His Excellency Dr. Hage Geingob. But as a nation, we have to move forward. Therefore, the 7 remaining aircraft will proceed without the leader displaying the presidential and national colors. So that is the most attractive action that is going to take place at Heroes Acre, especially when the casket is being lowered with a 21 gun salute concurrently being fired, also with a missing men fly salute taking place.
Well, of course, in terms of this, we know that we have quite a number of high-level visitors here in the country with us as well. And we know that, of course, we're seeing a little bit of military presence there. Just talk to us, how many NDF members are participating in the overall ceremonial activities?
Overall, we have mobilized 2,000 troops to participate. 2,000 troops? 2,000 troops. 2,000 troops are participating in this state funeral of our late president. And that's why you see some of our troops has been deployed along the city, especially where now we are focusing from Independence Stadium, all those suburbs, Sibebasia, Klein Kope, until at Heroes Acre. Our members are deployed at the intersections, and in some of them you might not see them. They will take cover. They are there. They are the only ones who can see all the movements that's happening. So the security is really not compromised at all. So you are safe.
Have there been any reports, any security issue reports over the last 2 days, particularly when the body is laying in state?
There was no single incident that has been reported, although on Friday evening, when we left the studio here, I went to Parliament Gardens also to go and pay my last respect to the former, to the late president. And around 10:30, I met one of the guys at Parliament. He was really disturbing mourners. He came there with alcohol and a screwdriver. You see, he was just under the influence of alcohol. So our military did not entertain his disturbance. He was told to leave immediately.
And that was the only isolated incident?
That was the only incident, but it did not really cause any harm to anyone. But other than that, everything is under control.
We know, of course, we have been celebrated globally for the peaceful transition that we've had on Sunday since the passing of the president. We hadn't really seen any military presence until I think around Thursday only, when you had to, of course, get ready to receive some of these guests as well. Talk to us about the posture and the mood amongst the forces.
The transition was a smooth transition, and I want to take some words from our former First Lady, Madam Geingob, when she said she was impressed because the transition was a smooth one. There was no vacuum. There was no power struggle or power hungry. So beside that, us in the uniform, we were also calm and observing how the transition was going to take place, and this show the maturity of our politicians, and it also assured Namibians that we are in the capable hands of all our political leaders, being the ruling party, being the opposition, being whoever is involved in politics.
The defense force is apolitical.
Yeah, the defense force is apolitical, and we are only waiting for the instructions to come from above. Whatever we are meant to carry out, we'll do that.
So during the day, like for example on Sunday, particularly for those that might not have heard, what was the posture of the, because we know the service chiefs also attended the swearing-in ceremony, but they had absolutely nothing to do before then?
No.
With any of the activities of the transition?
Nothing at all. For them, it's just to be invited that there will be a new president to be appointed. You are invited to go and attend. They went to attend without a number of troops accompanying them or without alerting the security forces to be on standby. So it was a very smooth transition, which we are proud of as Namibians and as Namibian Defence Force members.
So that's just to hear, look, this is the new president, the new commander-in-chief, and your responsibility is, of course, to carry out instructions.
Exactly, and that's what we are doing.
Well, there we see, of course, coming back to the Independence Stadium there as well, we understand the president is on his way to the Independence Stadium I think that is now the administrative head of the president on, just to go and make sure that everything is going according to plan as well. We will be crossing over to the Independence Stadium in a few minutes once he arrives at the venue. We still see a crowd standing outside there at the Independence Stadium that are, of course, going there to view the body of the late president. Just a reminder, of course, and I think I would like to urge the public at this stage to rather just head over. If you are planning on attending the funeral, to rather just head over now to the Heroes Acre, as the body will move anytime soon from that end as well. I just wanted to come back before we just go for a quick break. I'm sure you are with us to just chat with us throughout the burial proceedings around some of those activities. Talk to us about the portion now that if the funeral is done and the body, of course, is laid to rest. What will be the next steps on the side of the NDF? Is that where your job ends?
You are correct. After the funeral, we are done with the state funeral. And that's where the Namibian Defence Force is going to end. And nothing else after the funeral is going to take place.
So the 2,000 troops will also
return back to their barracks.
To base.
They are returning back to their barracks. They are returning back to their service headquarters. They are returning back to their formations and units.
And how soon does that happen?
The sooner the better. If all the logistics are in place, they can kick off either on Tuesday, because tomorrow is a public holiday. Yeah. They'll kick off. They are returning back to their units as from Tuesday. And those ones from the units surrounding Windhoek, they also return back to their barracks. And that's the end of the state funeral. Yes.
Well, of course, Colonel Shalom was just giving us some insights with regards to some of the procedures that are taking place today in commemoration, celebration of the life of this great man, the son of the soil, a gallant fighter, Thabo Mbeki. Of course, President Thabo Mbeki just calling him also a revolutionary of note, a major void left within the Pan-African architecture of the continent, the new Africa that they envisioned together as elder statesmen, of which now we have the legacy, the responsibility to carry on that legacy. We'll be going for a short break. When we come back, we continue with this special broadcast, as we have, of course, our presenters and reporters standing by across the country at Heroes Acre as well as at the Independence Stadium. Stay with us.
kamang haire Jesu ke ngai nang si ha
O hore ka afoka hakuka haire
dan haire out the thrones ka keng o hunting an ke kwa dang hong hong kan ngubi ta chi ku ba kwa sa ma
I ta han hai tao I ta han tao o kan nu vi ta ti ku ba kwa asa
sa kotra chi sa on sa kwa sa dai ke kore ha
Did you hear when he sang the temple project? But now, remember so I don't need to come with the body when the military because it's marching now to come pick up the... Okay. Yeah, I can hear it. Which side do I move out of the way? Okay.
Jesu ban uwa koe en hubay ay uhan dama hati dan uay sa se koe
en uay ay uhan dama tita ku ay sa se koe
Jesu ban uwa
Just wait. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, just wait for now. You're always there. Yeah, you come.
Goeiemorgen.
No, wait, I'm still trying to get in the car.
Well, the very, very somber visuals there from the Independence Stadium. This is live as we speak, of course, a small contingency now. Moving with the body of the president, the casket of the late Dr. Hage G. Geingob being taken now from the Independence Stadium. The last time he will be leaving this heritage site, the Independence Stadium. This is, of course, where he was sworn in as president in 2015 on the 21st of March as the third president of the Republic of Namibia. That's, of course, also where he witnessed the swearing in of the founding father, him as the prime minister of independent Namibia in 1990, the 21st of March. Of course, plenty of football matches by the Brave Warriors and the domestic teams that the president himself went to go and watch there as an avid football lover. And of course, the final goodbyes.
The Namibian Defence Force, as you can see on your screen, will continue with its noble task this morning to take the casket from Independence Stadium to Heroes Acre for the burial and the final resting place of our former Commander-in-Chief. The following route will be used from Independence, and the body will now leave Independence Stadium. They just entered the Rugby Street. After the Rugby Street, they will enter the Softball Street. Then they will go into Vika Street. And then after Vika, they will enter the St. Mike Bright Street, then Frank Frederick Street, Hours Road, B1 leading to Rehoboth, then arrive at Heroes Acre by 9:45. I earlier mentioned that this procession will provide the final highest military respect to the late Commander-in-Chief with the escort and the street lining of Namibian Defence Force troops along the turning point into Heroes Acre, and this will show the respect because all our troops will be in the street lining. They will salute as the casket pass by them. And we have about between 200 and 250 troops who are participating or line up in that street just after the turning off into Heroes Acre. Once the casket arrives at the entrance of Heroes Acre, the escort commander, Brigadier General Patrick Owen Orange, who is also at the same time the officer commanding Air Defense, he's the General Officer commanding Air Defense Brigade, will lead the procession until the internal flame. His deputy is Group Captain Sisamu, Commander of Air Base Grootfontein. The escort commander, Brigadier Orange, will be followed by the military personnel in a brigade formation, which is called this time around the escort troops. They will be followed by the chaplain. They will be followed the casket with the military pallbearers will be just alongside the gun carriage, where the pallbearers and bearers will also follow. The state chief mourner, His Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, will also follow after the gun carriage. And then the chief of the defense force will follow the commander-in-chief, Air Marshal Martin Kambulu Pinias, who is the military chief mourner, will follow the chief mourner, the president. Last but not least, the family and the widow, they will also follow. And then the procession will kick off immediately after the arrival of the casket at the internal flame.
In terms of this, of course, the major difference I'm seeing now is that yesterday and the day before on Friday, the procession did not include the widow and the family. Mm-hmm. But this procession from the Independence Stadium to the Heroes Acre does.
Yes, because on Friday, the family were at Casa Rosaria waiting for the casket to come home. And even when the casket was transported from Casa Rosaria to Independence, very few members of the family who accompanied the casket formed part and parcel of the procession. But this time around, some of the family members will join at Independence, and some might join at the entrance of Heroes Acre. But it is expected that they should form part and parcel of the
white painting at the bottom, Colonel. You were mentioning that it's not part of the standard color of the vehicles.
No, these vehicles were just painted white for this specific state funeral. White, it's always reflecting peace, love, but mostly it's peace, and that's why they were painted to be white for this ceremony and to make the ceremony more colorful than only having our usual color of camouflage.
Well, of course, from now, just to take a look at what you can expect also at the burial site at the Heroes Acre. It's going to be quite a very, very short program that is expected. If you look at the time right now, of course, we're expecting an arrival already of all the service chiefs, the judiciary, of course, also in attendance. It's one of those few occasions where all three branches of government are gathered in the same place, besides, I think, the opening of Parliament and the national budget appropriation bill announcement being the other two occasions that all three branches of government are usually together. Of course, we see the procession has started moving. Our time is exactly about 26 minutes past 9 o'clock. And Colonel, you're saying they are expected to arrive at 9:45 at Heroes Acre.
Exactly. At 9:45, we expect the casket to arrive at Heroes Acre. As you can see that they have already left Independence, and I believe they are now entering the softball street on their way to Heroes Acre. The formation that you can see, or the leading vehicle currently, that is the Agarare with the NDF chaplain, that is Wing Commander Jekonia Taukuheke. Jekonia Taukuheke will be joined by the bishop who will be leading the procession at Heroes Acre. I was informed that there is a bishop, I think even according to the program, there should be a bishop there. So the Agarare, it's followed by the gun carriage, pulled by the RG-32 armed personal carrier. That is the vehicle that is pulling the gun carriage with a casket on. And then they are also followed by the rear protection armed personal vehicle, 2 of them. Those are the armed personal vehicle. These ones are the forward protection, and then you have 2 forward protection and 2 rear protection. And then we also have, again today, our air support operation conducted by 3 helicopters, the Alouette, and then the Mi-24 helicopters. So that air operation is very, very critical to provide air support.
Those are, of course, just some visuals from the Heroes Acre as we speak. What's happening, of course, at the Heroes Acre as well. Live, we see that there is already attendance at the Heroes Acre, and the numbers, of course, are filling up slowly but surely as well. And these are, of course, some of the visuals from there. Colonel?
I spoke to you earlier that we have street lining. Those are the troops forming part of the street lining. It's a combination of both forces. You have the Army, the Air Force, and the Navy. Currently, the visuals that you are seeing, those are from the Navy in white. So they are waiting. Once the escort commander give the command, they will adopt, they will salute and pay compliment as the casket of the late passed by them.
And you're saying that they're lining up right from the entrance of just the turn off from the B1,
just the turn off,
Heroes Acre.
Just from the turn off until at the internal flame there.
What is the distance between the offices? Because it looks like it's calculated.
Yeah, the distance is between 5 to 10 meters between them. So it's a big number that you have there, more than 200 troops.
More than 200 troops that are now stationed just for that?
Yeah, on the side, alongside both left and right of the road.
Here we, of course, see also crowds in attendance there at the Heroes Acre. It will definitely get full before the beginning of the program at the Heroes Acre. Just to take a look at the order of procession for today, it will be the Namibia Defence Force Chaplain, the casket, His Excellency Nongolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia, Commander-in-Chief of the Namibian Defence Force, Chief Mourner, and Madam Geingob, the widow, as well. The children and the grandchildren, representative, etc., following after that. At 10 o'clock sharp, the program will start with the National and African Union anthems, and then remarks will be made by the Director of Ceremonies, the Director of the Ceremony, the Right Honourable Prime Minister of the Republic, Saraho Ngwela Madila, and the Minister of Defence, Honourable Franz Kapofi, are the directors of ceremony of the program today. After that, we'll have a prayer and scripture reading by Reverend Bishop Hage G, Evangelical Lutheran Church in the Republic of Namibia. And then after that, we will have a performance by the Namibian Defence Force Military Band. And then basically the only speech at the Heroes Acre, a message by His Excellency Dr. Nongolo Mbumba, President of Namibia and Commander-in-Chief of the Namibian Defence Force, and Chief Mourner will deliver that statement. Immediately after that, the casket is taken to the graveside, and then the removal of the flag by the bearers, and then the lowering of the casket will follow concurrently with the 21-gun salute and the fly past, and then there will be the last post and the revel as well. And then after that, the rite of committal by retired Reverend Bishop Hage G from the Evangelical Lutheran Church as well. After that, we'll have the covering of the grave by the Namibian Defence Force, and then the handing over of accoutrements to Madam Geingob, a widow, by His Excellency Dr. Nongolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia and Commander-in-Chief of the Namibian Defence Force.
Well, the procession is proceeding now to Heroes Acre. As you can see the visuals in front there, we have the city police and NAMPOL sweepers, followed by the front protection, that's the P05 armed personnel carrier, followed by the Agarare with the chaplain, NDF chaplain, Wing Commander Jaconia Taukuheke from Air Base Grootfontein, Air Base Karibeb. And then we have the RG-32, also an APC, that is pulling now the gun carriage with a casket of our late president. And as we are seeing now, this is the street line that I have been talking about, from the main entrance there, actually from the turning point from B1 up to the internal flame in the Heroes Acre. So there you have members from the Namibian Navy, and then you also have some members from the Army and also from the Air Force. So those are the troops assigned to line up for receiving the casket as it passes through them. They will respect. They will pay a respect, which is a military honor, to the fallen late president.
Of course, in terms of what we've also seen there, the arrival of quite a number of international dignitaries. We have 18 heads of state, sitting heads of state, that are attending the funeral from across the world. We, of course, also have about 27 delegations on behalf of heads of state that could not be here, that are attending the funeral as well. And you see some of those arrivals at the Heroes Acre. Colonel, there's one important activity, of course, that also takes place towards the end, and that's when the handing over of the accoutrements to the widow by His Excellency. Of course, the flag is going to be removed from the coffin, and part of the accoutrements that will be handed over to the widow would be the flag as well. Just chat to us about the symbolic importance of that handover.
That will also consist of the headdress. That's the cape, the uniform, camouflage. That included the rank insignia of the former commander-in-chief, plus one of his awards, medals, that was awarded to him during, I think, during his inauguration, 2015, if I'm not mistaken. So that package will be handed over by the commander-in-chief to the family, in this case to the widow, to receive it. This is just an indication, or it's in memory that the commander-in-chief had a very big position in this country. Being a commander-in-chief, those rank insignia should be displayed somewhere in the house for future memory, to remember that this was for the president. And also the flag, it's a national symbol, and therefore giving it or presenting it to the widow and the family, it's very, very important for them to keep it as a memory that the late was someone very, very important, not only in Namibia, globally. And we will see how that procession is going to take place.
Of course, moving through Sean McBride now with the casket of the late president. These are live visuals from Sean McBride Street here in the city of Windhoek, headed to the Heroes Acre. The Heroes Acre, of course, the shrine where all the heroes of Namibia get laid to rest. I would also like to take the opportunity to welcome all our viewers that are joining us across sub-Saharan Africa. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for mourning with the Namibian nation and mourning for your fellow African leader. At the same time, I also like to welcome all the listeners that are joining us on our radio services, the radio language services, all 11 of them, of course, 9 different native languages are being represented, and that news and the burial of the president being brought in those different languages as well. So if you don't prefer English, you can always switch your audio to one of the local languages on the radio, and of course hear it in a language that you understand as well. In the next few minutes they will be arriving there, and then we can reflect on it. I'm still accompanied here in studio by Colonel Shulumbu.
The procession have just entered Frankie Fredericks Street, and they are passing behind Lady Pohamba, the hospital where our late president passed on, and immediately they will enter Ours Street or Ours Road, then into B1 leading to Rehoboth, then turn off into Heroes Acre. So with the timing, I don't think we are behind time. We have now about 10 minutes
to get there,
to get to Heroes Acre. And also the RG32 APC that is now pulling the gun carriage. The tires, you can see, they are also painted
also
white.
Painted white as well.
Yeah, it's just for this ceremony. It's not the normal color for that APC. And then you still have at the rear. You also have those protection vehicles, the APCs 05 P05 armed personal vehicle, and they are proceeding, and we expect them to arrive on time at Heroes Acre.
Of course, on your right-hand side there, that's the Lady Pohamba Hospital that accommodated the late president upon his arrival from the United States.
And I can see that they have also maintained the speed of between 20 and 35 kilometers per hour. They are not speeding, and they have enough time to just arrive at Heroes Acre as per plan or as per the program.
Of course, the streets are still lined up. There we have it on the right-hand side. That's the visuals of the Lady Pohamba Hospital there as well. We know, of course, that at independence on the 21st of March 1990, Dr. Geingob was appointed as the first Prime Minister, where he dismantled the apartheid administrative system in favor of inclusive public service geared towards serving the interest of all Namibians. And he served, of course, for 12 years in the position of Prime Minister before taking a brief hiatus from political sphere, and in 2005 returned as politics and served as chief whip of the SWAPO party in the National Assembly, and also chaired the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Economics. There we have it, of course, the arrival still continuing. That's the second president of the Republic of Namibia, Dr. Hifikepunye Pohamba.
And Madame Pohamba.
And Madame Pohamba, of course, arriving at the Heroes Acre. And immediately after that, according to protocol, we should be expecting the arrival of the founding father of the Namibian nation, Dr. Sam Shafashuna Nujoma. Of course, following his election in 2007 as Vice President of SWAPO, Dr. Geingob was appointed in 2008 as the Minister of Trade and Industry. And as Minister, Dr. Geingob spearheaded the Small and Medium Enterprises or SME assistance through the Equipment Aid Scheme, the Industry Policy, and of course the creation of the SME Bank. These visuals you're seeing are live at the same time from the Independence, not the Independence rather, but the Heroes Acre on your left, and on your right-hand side, the procession that's heading to the Heroes Acre. A fervent defender, of course, of the unity of the Namibian people, his themes always included inclusivity. Talking about inclusivity spells harmony, and exclusivity spells conflict. One Namibia, one nation, and no one should be left out of the Namibian house. Just one, but many of the sound bites and the themes that the president shared with us during his time in office. A proponent of there we have it, of course. That's the one of our guests of honor, a very, very good friend of the late president, His Excellency Masisi, the president of Botswana, arriving to be part of the procession for today. Of course, Namibia and Botswana, it's not only shared brotherly neighborness, but the two presidents also shared a very, very close bond as well. President Masisi being the first head of state to, in fact, make his way the following day after the passing of the president, immediately on the Monday, his way to Windhoek to come and pay respects and, of course, his condolences to the widow as well as the Namibian people. We will see more arrivals, of course, of those international guests and heads of state, about 18 of them present here in the country. We know at the memorial you didn't see the South African president, but he, of course, also arrived a bit later on, I think just after 8 o'clock last night. He arrived and he will be at the funeral. Cyril Ramaphosa, of course, His Excellency was here about a fortnight ago to come and pay respects before returning back to South Africa to handle official business on that end as well. The Emir of Qatar, Al Thani, also arriving. He, of course, also made efforts to head to Casa Rosalia yesterday after arrival and went to personally go pay respects to the widow as well as the Namibian people. Sheikh Hamad bin Khalifa bin Hamad Abdullah bin Jassim bin Mohammed Al Thani is his full name. He's a member of the ruling Al Thani Qatari royal family and was the ruling Emir of Qatar from 1995 until 2013 when he abdicated the throne, handing over power to his fourth son, Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, who was born to his second spouse, Moza Nazir. The Qatari government refers to him as Father Emir, and he's referred, of course, in Qatar basically as the founding father on that end as well. Very, very strong business and economic ties that Qatar seeks to establish with Namibia, as they have that as well. There are, of course, visuals of the eldest son of the late President Mangaliso Geingob, Mangaliso Fernandez Geingob, also one of the pallbearers. The Chinese delegation, of course, also arriving there. We know the Chinese delegation, quite a high-level delegation, was also sent to come and represent these very, very serious trading partners of Namibia. And they have come in to pay their respects. Of course, also a strong statement of solidarity delivered by them at the memorial yesterday, highlighting the Pan-African efforts by the late president, as well as his knack for unifying whichever environment he finds himself in. China, of course, also indicating their recommitment to the solidarity and friendship between the two countries, and saying that despite what the country is going through right now, they can rely on China as a friend during all sorts of weather. The Angolan President, João Lourenço. The Angolan President, João Lourenço, of course, also came with a strong delegation of 22, accompanied by the First Lady as well as the First Daughter. João Lourenço, of course, quite close to our late President as well. Angola, a country that has a very, very rich brotherly history with Namibia. Our fight for the liberation struggle, some of it, of course, also waged there. The Kasinga Day, the massacre, the Kasinga massacre that took place, that is, of course, on the 4th in Angola as well. So the relationship between the two countries quite a significant one there as well. In the frame there, you can see an elder statesman, Joaquim Chissano, the former president of Mozambique, also considered one of the elder statesmen. Of course, he's here alongside the likes of Olusegun Obasanjo, as well as Thabo Mbeki as elder statesman. Joaquim Chissano was the president of Mozambique from 1986 up until 2005. Quite a revered political figure in that country. And he's credited with transforming the war-torn country of Mozambique into a successful African democracy. After his presidency, Chissano became an elder statesman, an envoy and diplomat for both his home country and the United Nations as well.
The procession is about to arrive at the roadblock. As we can see that some of these visuals that are coming in are currently on B1, and we expect them to arrive anytime soon to Heroes Acre. The RG32 APC pulling the gun carriage is still proceeding on a good speed, which is between 20 and 35 kilometers per hour. It's followed by the rear protection. I should also mention that immediately after the roadblock, the protection will not enter Heroes Acre. The protection vehicles are likely to turn to the right to the new constructed road to Okahanja. They will break right, and then the gun carriage being pulled by the RG32 will continue into Heroes Acre. So it's only the army provost, the small cars might enter the Heroes Acre. Otherwise it will be a little bit difficult for them to turn around and maneuver in Heroes Acre, since the parking is also limited there.
We also saw just the arrival of the Mozambican President Philip Nyusi, and of course one can only assume that they came together with the elder statesman there as well, again indicating unity within that political space as well. He's been serving as the president of Mozambique since 2015. At the same time, of course, inaugurated the same year and the same time with our late president as well. And he's the current leader of the Frelimo party, the party that has governed Mozambique since its independence from Portugal in 1975. Additionally, he also served as the chairman of the Southern African Development Community, SADC, since August 2020. So they're currently sitting on the seat as the chair as well. And during his time, President Nyusi has promoted peace and security and signed multiple agreements with the Renamo, who is, of course, their arch rivals in Mozambique there as well. And talking about other elders, of course, in the political space there, Jerry Akanjo, former member of cabinet, of course, an anti-apartheid activist also arriving there, one of the founding members of the SWAPO party, and of course a very, very strong voice in the party until this day, arriving there to come and pay respects and say goodbye to his fallen comrade. The delegation from Nigeria also arriving there now, being received by Ambassador Ipumbu, the chief of protocol. On his right is the recently sworn in new Minister of Information and Communication Technology, Emma Theophilus. Emma Theophilus, of course, also forming part of that legacy of the late president, as he was very deliberate in terms of empowering young people. Only at the age of 23, the tender age, she became the youngest member of parliament by selection of the president, as part of his 8 that he has to appoint to the parliamentary structure, and only becoming the youngest member of parliament at 23 in the world. And now recently, about a fortnight ago, also appointed by the new president as the Minister of Information and Communication Technology, making her the youngest minister on the continent at the tender age of 27. In the area, of course, of youth development and support, the president having done quite a lot of work there as well. The appointment of the likes of Patience Masua as the member of parliament as well, and other roles and responsibilities that young people have been provided throughout his administration. He's also one of only 3 presidents on the continent that had a dedicated youth advisor in the president's office reporting directly to him as well. Of course, in the form of Desiree Obal. We're seeing, Colonel, quite a lot of movement and the arrivals of the international delegates and guests, quite smoothly done as well. But I must appreciate that there is quite a lot of security apparatus that operates in the background. What is the kind of collaboration that you have when high-level delegations such as a president's visit?
What normally happens, both defense, NAMPOL, city police, or the security cluster, they come together. They also form up committees to discuss the security around the venue where the ceremony is going to take place. So there is a coordinated meeting from time to time that has been called, and they liaise and they discuss matters of security. And that's why you see that when people arrive, all the protocols are in place and everything, it's just moving smoothly. It's because these people, they have coordinated already who's to receive who, who's to provide what, who's to be where. Therefore, you don't see confusion. People are received on time. Immediately as they are arriving, there is already a dedicated person who go and receive them. And then you can see also the security personnel are also just in the background to make sure that everything is in place.
So you've got more arrivals at the Heroes Acre as well, as the casket is, of course, also making its way. If you just joined us, a very good morning to you and welcome. You are watching the live broadcast of the burial of the third president of the Republic of Namibia and the commander-in-chief of the Namibian Defense Force, Dr. Hage G. Geingob. Of course, if you have missed any of the interviews, the previous interviews, then please do make sure to go to our YouTube platform, so for you to be able to listen to some of those conversations. We see there the Zambian President, His Excellency Hakainde Hichilema, of course, arriving as well to Heroes Acre. Had quite a busy schedule over the last week, but made it right in the middle of the memorial service. Said he's not missing the funeral for any other region. Of course, if you know the relationship between Zambia and Namibia, also a very, very special relationship that tracks back to the liberation struggle of Namibia. We know that many of the civil servants, including ministers, executive directors, of course, formerly known as permanent secretaries, all of them close to 80% trained in Zambia at the United Nations Institute for Namibia, that is officially opened by the former president of Zambia, Kenneth Kaunda, in 1976, with the late President Geingob as the director during that time as well. Colonel?
Ricardo, I can see that the street lining has been extended from the turning point to the roadblock. And as I indicated earlier that the forward and the rear protection were not going to end the Heroes Acre, I can see that that road has been blocked and they could not turn to their right, but I can see they are proceeding to Heroes Acre because it's overcrowded. The traffic, the volume of traffic at that turning point, it's very high. So therefore, they have proceeded to Heroes Acre. So the street lining has started from the roadblock until the internal flame. So the army have started, the army troops have started with the street lining at the roadblock, and this is now the turning point. They are already in the turning point. You can see the casket, it's approaching actually the Heroes Acre.
It's much longer than we initially anticipated.
Exactly.
So we could be looking at way more than the 200 troops that you referred to a bit earlier.
Exactly. And the distance here, it's a little bit longer. Yeah, this is about 30 meters between. Can you see? 30 meters between. But as you approach the internal flame, the distance has been reduced to 10 to 15 meters.
There we, of course, see the President of Ethiopia also arriving there as well. Her Excellency Samia Hussein. Very, very special relationship with the people and the country of Ethiopia as well. Ethiopia houses the African Union in Addis Ababa, which is, of course, the center for our aspirations to become a united continent and a united people, a dream that the late President Hage Geingob bought into fervently as well. Of course, we are only one of about 5 African countries that sing the African Union anthem alongside our national anthem at all formal occasions where there are public office bearers present there as well. So a very, very important signal that the President of Ethiopia herself had made the way to be here and be part of this burial of a great son of the African soil, a great Pan-Africanist, as pointed out by Musa Faki Mohammed, the executive chairperson of the African Union Commission, in his tribute to the Namibian people as well as the widow, calling the president, of course, a Pan-African icon, a revolutionary, and one that has stood for the new vision of a united Africa. A bit earlier on, of course, we also witnessed the arrival of the Finnish president. We've got a very special relationship with Finland as well, Sauli Vainamo Niinisto, and he's the 12th president of Finland since the 1st of March 2012. Finland, of course, responsible for a large number of the missionaries that came, of course, in the northern parts of the country. You can tell that by some of the names that the locals have are also Finnish names there as well. And they are also responsible for assisting in the development of our civil society, the non-governmental sector in the country, and of course, and supporting the establishment and building up of our civil society as well. That's, of course, Finland there. We see the arrival of Frank-Walter Steinmeier. Frank-Walter Steinmeier, of course, the president of Germany. He was previously the federal minister for foreign affairs from 2005 to 2009, and again from 2013 to 2017, as well as the vice chancellor of Germany from 2007 to 2009. And yesterday, of course, making the promise to say that he's just saddened that the president, unfortunately, will not be able to witness the success of the conversation around the genocide reparations that are currently underway there as well. Of course, in your screen now, the visuals of somebody who is no stranger to Namibians. That's Cyril Ramaphosa, the president of South Africa. He had quite a hectic schedule also during the week, but was here about 2 weeks ago to come and pay respects and tribute right after President Masisi arrived as well. And then he came late last night in the evening. That's why you did not see him at the memorial service, but he had to ensure that he does not miss the burial of his brother and friend and fellow comrade in arms. That's, of course, Cyril Ramaphosa, the president of South Africa. The relationship with South Africa stretching back to about 1910, 1911 between the two countries. And, of course, after that, some poignant dates between the relationship of the two countries. Of course, just yesterday, or 2 days ago, in fact, at the ICJ, the Palestinian authorities pointing out that if there is any country that can speak on the definition of apartheid, it can only be Namibia and South Africa. So the bonds between the two countries really solidified by that as well. Colonel?
We just witnessed also the arrival of General Mafwanya. General Mafwanya is the chief of the South African National Defence Force. He just arrived after His Excellency Ramaphosa.
We understand, of course, there are quite a number of generals that have come to support and pay their respects from the side of the Namibian Defence Force?
Yeah, you are correct. We have generals that came from Angola. We have also generals that came from Burundi. We have also generals that came from Tanzania. We have also generals that came from Zambia. We have also some generals that also came from other SADC countries.
There is, of course, one particular general that's coming from Kenya, who was the deputy head
Deputy Force Commander.
Deputy Force Commander
Yes.
of the UNTAG
Yes.
during the elections.
That is Lieutenant General retired Opande. Lieutenant General Opande was here in 1989 until 1990. He was the Deputy Force Commander for UNTAG. And we know the Kenyans, the role that they have played during that time of UNTAG. And they even remain here after independence to assist with certain technicalities when it comes to the establishment of the Namibian Defense Force. So we started with the Kenyans assisting us, and they've been here for a quite long time, from 1989 to 1990.
I think who I'm seeing on the screen there is I think the arrival of is that Musa Faki. No, I don't think that's Musa Faki. Of course, the white hair is what gave it away a bit there as well. But we know, of course, a number of other eminent persons also joining, like it was mentioned, the Lieutenant General this Musa Faki. And yes, there we see on the screen, of course, another statesman that has the African unity at the heart of his sleeve. That's the President of Ghana, Nana Akufo-Addo Dankwa, arriving, of course, and being received by Ambassador Pumbu. The President of Ghana, Nana, has been a stern and very, very vocal critic, of course, of Western policies towards the Third World, particularly Africa. At the recent African Union Heads of State Summit about a fortnight ago in Addis Ababa, of course, him pointing out and making radical propositions saying that African countries need to move to trading at least 30% of their trade volumes amongst African countries. So Nana Akufo, a stern supporter of economic liberalization of the continent. Talking about that as well, we've also seen President William Ruto taking the same approach and talking about economic emancipation of the continent and part of that dream of Dr. Hage Geingob.
Ricardo, the procession has just arrived at the entrance of Heroes Acre, and I believe by this time around they are waiting now for the chief mourner, that's now His Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, to join, and also the family, including the widow. And immediately the procession will continue to approach the internal frame. I should also mention that the other general that has also arrived is General Christian Chiwewe from DRC. He is the Chief of the Defense Force of the DRC Defense Forces.
Also being represented there as well by Juan Esteban Lazo Hernandez, just arrived there as well. It's been the president of the National Assembly of People's Power, the Cuba's parliament, since 2013. And previously he was also the vice president of the Cuban Council of State and a member of the Politburo of the Communist Party of Cuba since 1980, and the National Assembly of People's Power member since 1981. So these are some of the really close personal friends of the late president, the likes of Esteban Lazo Hernandez. You know, Cuba has been a friend of Namibia, not only a fair weather friend, but an all-weather friend of Namibia as well. We have, in fact, even as we speak, a contingent of doctors, medical practitioners from Cuba in the country. They have been very, very strong in assisting us in that regard as well. Not only in that, we've also had cooperation in the sports field with Cuba as well. Physiotherapists and doctors of sports also coming from Cuba. And of course, who can forget the likes of the late Dr. Abraham Yambo, of course, went and got their tertiary education in Cuba as well. He was quite fluent in Spanish and often would show off those skills also. So Cuba, not a fair weather friend, but a friend of all seasons of the Republic of Namibia.
Ricardo, I don't know if you have picked up something as from yesterday, that all heads of states that came for the state funeral, they are accorded military officers who act as their ADC. ADC means aid the camp. These are security personnel provided to these high dignitaries who came for the state funeral. So each of them, not only the heads of state, even some higher ranking dignitaries from outside the country, they are also provided with ADCs. ADCs, I mentioned earlier that it's aid the camp. This is a guy who's providing security of this head of state who has arrived, or this dignitary, during the time while he or she is in Namibia.
And that's different from the bodyguard who is just strictly there for security purposes.
Yes. So the defense has provided such people that they should be providing security to the visitor.
Are they supposed to be from a particular rank?
Yeah, most of them are from the rank of lieutenant colonel, or as a senior officer, which is a major, from a major, lieutenant colonel to colonels. It depends.
There, of course, in our visuals there, McHenry, Venani as well. Sometimes you think how some of these leaders, those who are, of course, close to the president, are handling this as well. But as he would have loved to say, the business must continue. The business of running the country must continue. The country must continue to function. Well, of course, always his words as well.
So the rear protection and the forward protection APCs will end up at the entrance of Heroes Acre. You will not see them entering Heroes Acre. You can see that they have already turned out of, they are making way for the other motorgate to come in. You can see they are turning to their right. So the only vehicle that will remain here, it's now the Agarare with a chaplain, and then the gun carriage pulled by the RG32, and then the mourners, the pallbearers and bearers. They are the only ones who remain in the procession. And the visuals in front of you now, or on your screens, are the escorts, the whole brigade getting ready to march and for the parade to kick off. And then you have also the Army Sergeant Major, Warrant Officer Batista Pea, who is commanding the bearers, the Formation Sergeant Major and Command Master at Arms. So they are just getting ready and prepare for the procession to kick off.
Police Joseph Shikongo, also in display there as well, of course responsible for internal security also during this time as well. And he was on the platform, and during his tribute conversation we had, informing us how the president trusted the advice of the security cluster, of which he is part of, and said that even though he was somebody who had strong opinions, he always followed the advice from the security chiefs and the advice that comes from the security cluster. Said that he has never received any call at any time from the president to interfere in the operations and the business of the police, and said that he was a man that not only spoke about respecting the rule of law, but practice it, even though he had the power to to step over bounds every now and then. He never exercised it, according to Inspector Joseph Shikongo. Of course, the same utterances also by the Bank of Namibia governor during his tribute. Johannes Kabachab saying that the Bank of Namibia as an institution is as independent as it gets, saying that he had never received any call or any instruction from the president interfering in the operations or even inquiring on the business of the bank unless where it's legally required to be done so. Live visuals coming from the Heroes Acre here in Windhoek, just on the outskirts of Windhoek City. And of course, slowly but surely, we are coming to our end here in the studios. We're getting ready to cross over live to the Heroes Acre. At the Heroes Acre, we have Kadambire Demburuka, veteran presenter and producer, also from the NBC, formerly standing by, and alongside Nora Apollos, of course, who was with me in studio on Friday. Part of the presentation, they will of course be taking over a bit later on as well. And there's some aerial views of how it is looking like at the acre at the moment. Of course, Namibians showing up in their numbers to pay their final tributes to the Commander-in-Chief. Of course, we're about to close off here in the studio. Colonel, from your end, any final message that you want to share with the Namibian nation, the African nation, and of course, the world that's watching right now?
Yes, I would like to say something, to say that the late president was a man with a remarkable ability to connect with everyone he met, be it an ordinary person, and he made friends wherever he went. He was a person who was open for consultation and for engagement with anyone. His office doors were open to Namibians. Also in the region, especially I listened to His Excellency Ramaphosa, the President of the Republic of South Africa, during the State of Nation in Cape Town. He told South Africans that as Africa, we have lost a champion of African peace, unity, progress, and development. So he remembered His Excellency that he was full of jokes. And one of them, or I remember the president, that he was a man full of jokes. And at one time, a journalist, at State House, he told the journalist that during COVID, he said, use common sense, use your common sense. So I enjoy his...
Well, of course, thank you very much, Colonel, for making time out to join us here. Colonel Peter Shilumbu from the Public Relations Office in the Namibia Defence Force, talking to us. Thank you so much. It was a pleasure having you over the last 3 days.
Thank you, Ricardo.
Well, on that note, it's fast time now to cross over to the stadium to hand over to Kadambire Demburuka as well as Sonora Apollos that are standing by. And I think from my side, the only thing I can say is now, from us, it's over to you at the Heroes Acre.
Turning that side, because where you are, we may have some challenges.
And a very warm welcome to all our viewers, our radio listeners, to this special NBC broadcast on this terribly, terribly sad day. when we are going to lay the late President, Dr. Hage Geingob, to his final resting place. We'd also like to extend a warm welcome to all the viewers in Africa on the DSTV channel, or where DSTV has a footprint across Africa. You're watching us live on the NBC DSTV channel. And the people in the diaspora can watch the proceedings on YouTube. And this is because we want everybody to experience and to be part of this historic day. We are here at Heroes Acre on a bright, sunny day to lay the president, the late president, to rest. My name is Nora Apollos, and I'm joined by my co-presenter.
My name is Kadembile Dembruka. As we have rightly stated, it's quite an occasion to behold. It's a sad occasion at some level, but also a celebration of a life well lived. Dr. Hage Geingob is a outstanding personality that lived a distinguished career in the service of his people, and that's why you can see Namibians from all walks of life have made it to the Heroes Acre to bid farewell to their former commander-in-chief, bid farewell to their president, bid farewell to a man who was their founding prime minister, bid farewell to a man who was the chairperson of the Constituent Assembly, and I can go on and on and on.
Absolutely, absolutely. In fact, there is a close, I would estimate the crowd at close to 20,000, or I don't know, I may be optimistic, but I know that rough estimates, Heroes Acre can take 10,000 people. This is what I was told. And of course, we have dignitaries from all walks of life. We have 27 heads of delegation, 27 countries present here, including 17 heads of state and heads of government. And some of these include the presidents of Zambia, Botswana, the former president of South Africa. You've got the prime minister of Sao Tome and Principe. You've got the president of DRC, Democratic Republic of Congo, who is here. You've got the prime minister of Rwanda. You've got the president of Burundi. You've got the president of Sierra Leone. You've got the president of Zambia and Ghana. So across the board, people have come to pay tribute. And we could hear in the various tributes that took place yesterday the glowing terms in which they described the late President Hage Geingob.
Indeed, and obviously there are some dignitaries that made their way into the country late yesterday. President from Zambia, for instance, flew in very late in the day. We have also seen the arrival of royal members of the United Kingdom, royal family. Princess Royale has also made her way here as well, representing her brother, King Charles, as well. So the Commonwealth quite represented, because Namibia is a member of the Commonwealth, but also, as we are rightly pointing out, neighbors from the SADC region, far afield in other countries as well, East Africa, West Africa, well represented. But it goes to show, yes, that indeed Dr. Hage Geingob was a friend to many on the African continent. He was a diplomat par excellence, and that's how he's being described. And that's why they are here, to pay their last respects. Some obviously due to their hectic schedules have returned to their countries, but we do have a sizable contingent of heads of state that are still in country.
And that are still present here, at Heroes Acre. I'm going to give you a brief rundown of what we should expect here at Heroes Acre. All the dignitaries have arrived. Most of them have arrived. Some of them are still making their way to the stadium, to Heroes Acre rather. The body lay in state the whole night at Independence Stadium where the memorial was held yesterday. And it has lain in state throughout the night, and it is now making its way to Heroes Acre on the gun carriage with a military procession. And it is expected at Heroes Acre any minute now, and obviously we will cross over when the funeral cortege arrives at Heroes Acre. With the arrival of the funeral cortege, that will mark the beginning of the official program. And this will be officiated by the Minister of Defense, Mr. Franz Kapofi, as well as the Prime Minister, Sarah Kukongelwa Amadela. So these will be the two directors of proceedings. The only speech, usually at Heroes Acre, at the burial, the ceremony is very short because all the speeches were made yesterday. So today's ceremony will be extremely short, and it will only be the benediction and then the final words by the President, Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, and then it will be the committal into the grave. So it's going to be a very short ceremony. It will not be as lengthy as what happened yesterday.
And in the pictures there, we are seeing the NDF making their way up the hill to the foreground of the Heroes Acre where the program will commence. We have pointed out there will just be one speech that will be delivered. However, in keeping with the stature of a sitting president, there are several things that are going to take place that are unique to this particular ceremony. We expect the burial place of our former president to be quite unique as well, in keeping with the recognition and acknowledgement of his excellent service to the Namibian people. So there are quite a few things that will be quite new that we have never seen before. We have done these programs of burying our heroes at this national shrine before, so we are used to the activities that take place here. However, as I'm pointing out, today is a unique program.
Absolutely, and in fact, yes, the president's grave is going to have a roof over it, a mausoleum of sorts. So that is where he is actually going to be laid to rest. That will be his final resting place. Over the last 2 days, people have been filing past his body. First, it was lying in state at Parliament Gardens before it was moved to Independence Avenue for the memorial service. And over those 2 days, it was lying in state. And thousands, literally thousands of people filed past to pay tribute. The whole 2 nights. The fact that it was night, the fact that it was raining didn't deter Namibians. They came out in their hundreds, thousands, to pay respect to their president. Previously, on the Friday, the military had a procession through the streets of Windhoek to say goodbye in their own way to their commander, to their fallen commander-in-chief. And the procession moved through designated areas of Windhoek, designated streets. And all those streets, we were told, were of special significance to the late president. They went through Moses Garraweb Street, for instance, who we know was a comrade in arms of President Hage and a close friend as well. They came through the trenches, they shared the trenches, and they came through the struggle for decades together. It also went through Hendrik Witbooi Street, and we know that Hendrik Witbooi was one of the stalwarts of the liberation struggle. And of course, it went through Sam Nujoma Drive. And as the founding president, Sam Nujoma was a mentor, political guide, political inspiration to not only the late president, but to many freedom fighters, and not just Namibian freedom fighters from other countries as well. In fact, we had a conversation with the former South African president, Thabo Mbeki, where he said that, look, we shared a common vision with the Namibians, with SWAPO, as it were. And this is one of the reasons where he and the late president often had discussions around. And they looked at how they were going to build a better Africa and a better Namibia and South Africa for the benefit not only of citizens of those countries, but of Africans in general.
And spontaneous moments where Namibians have been paying their respects to their fallen leader. We have seen in several parts of the country, the 14 regions of the country, services being held in celebration and remembrance of Dr. Hage Geingob. We've also seen at Namibian residences abroad, at our high commissions and embassies, services being held. We have seen at universities as well services being held. So these spontaneous, these spontaneous celebrations that we have seen really are a testament to the character of the man and the character of this beloved president. And one of the things that we are pointing out is last night I made a 10 at the Independence Stadium trying to get in a queue myself. I didn't manage because the line was just very long. This morning I stopped by as well. The line was still pretty long as well. So Namibians are, if they did not physically manage to attend some of those ceremonies, some of those events, they are getting this moment now, watching these events live as the president is finally being laid to rest.
Yes, the funeral cortege is making its way into Heroes Acre, and we were noting yesterday already a difference in the way the casket is being carried. Usually it's an open, it's left open on the gun carriage.
Yes.
But in this instance, it is covered, and it is covered in a glass enclosure. But you can clearly see the flag-draped casket, but it is in a glass enclosure. And that already is a departure from the norm.
The President of the Republic just behind in that picture that we are seeing, the former First Lady as well. They are right behind the casket.
Yes, and of course the president is the chief mourner in this instance.
What a moving tribute from the former First Lady, the poise, the dignity in which she delivered her tribute to
Indeed.
her best friend. She described the late president and
My husband.
My husband. Social media was reacting to that particular speech in glowing terms, obviously. But it takes a certain character, a certain strength to be able to mourn and to be able to say goodbye to somebody so close in such a public manner.
Exactly. Yeah, in the full glare of not only local media but international media, and it takes a great deal of inner strength and resilience, and she pulled it off beautifully, indeed.
The NDF, we understand they are also civilian pallbearers, and you are seeing McHenry Venani, leader of the official opposition, former cabinet minister Mafeus Narusap, that's the president, Angola Mbumba. And
his son, President Geingob's son, firstborn son, Mangaliso Geingob, is also one of the civilian pallbearers. So is the Deputy Prime Minister, John Mutora, as well as the retired Lieutenant General Martin Shali, and then, of course, Ben Amadela, former Cabinet Minister. These are the civilian pallbearers.
Quite a strong international media contingent as well.
Yes.
That are following this particular ceremony. We have journalists covering this from afar that have made their way into the country, capturing every moment, and so these pictures are being beamed globally. President Cyril Ramaphosa also making his way in yesterday, so he's represented here.
As well as the President of Angola. He arrived earlier. João Lourenço arrived earlier. Yesterday we also saw the arrival of the Cuban delegation, the President of Ethiopia,
the widow.
The widow in the foreground here. Former First Lady, Monica Gengos. And she is accompanied by the children of Dr. Geingob.
Embracing now the First Lady of the Republic of
the
Namibia,
First Lady.
Madame Bumba, acknowledging her in her tribute last night as well.
Absolutely.
Saying she played a huge role, not only after the tragic event,
in terms of support as
in terms
well,
of support, but
when she was in hospital
yes,
with the president.
But also before that, very close relationships between the Bumbas and the Geingobs.
Yeah, well, this relationship goes back many decades to their exile days. They've always been very close. And this continued, obviously, after independence.
President Bumba, coincidentally the first secretary to cabinet, working very closely with the then founding prime minister. And then later on he became minister, several portfolios, Minister of Finance, Minister of Agriculture, Minister of Safety and Security, amongst other portfolios that he has held in government, until he led the SWAPO party as Secretary General, and later appointed Vice President by President Geingob.
The proceedings this morning are expected to be very, very short. They will not be as long as those yesterday at the memorial service. We can see a huge contingent of media, and a lot of the media here are those accompanying their heads of state and their heads of government. And there is a huge media scrum.
Sister Nora, you had an earlier discussion. You went to meet and welcome the former president's son.
Yes.
His
yes.
eldest son, who's also now serving this
As one of
as a pallbearer.
Yes.
Really,
yes.
The whole entire family
Yes.
are really people of strength during these moments where they had a sort of a public, very public.
Yeah. In fact, a very little known fact is that President Geingob is actually survived by two siblings, his older brother and his younger sister, and they are also present. But because of their frailty, they were not able to participate at all the memorials. But they were here, they were there yesterday, and they are definitely here today. Yes, I did speak to President Geingob's firstborn son, Mangaliso Geingob, and he acknowledged that it was a very difficult time for the entire family, but they took great comfort in the support and the show of love and gratitude that the people of Namibia and indeed the foreign dignitaries have had for their father. And this gives them great comfort.
We are taking in the sights and sounds as we welcome the president, Heroes Acre.
I announce the arrival of His Excellency Dr. Semioma, founding president and father of the Namibian nation. Follows closely the president, His Excellency Dr. Nambulumba, the First Lady, and the widow, Madam Monica Gaines.
Yeah.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear mourners, we are now ready to start with our program, and we start with the national and AU anthems. I would like therefore to request that we all rise for the national and AU anthems and for the NDF band to lead us. Thank you very much. Yes, I would like to announce the arrival of His Excellency Dr. Chakwera of Malawi. You are welcome, Your Excellency and Madam. Your Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia, and Madam Monica Geingob, the widow, and the children, grandchildren, and the entire bereaved family of the late Dr. Hage Geingob, Your Excellency Dr. Sam Nujoma, founding president and father of the Namibian nation, and Madam Nujoma, Your Excellency Dr. Hifikepunye Pohamba, second president of the Republic of Namibia, and Madam Pohamba, Your Excellencies, heads of state and government, and other foreign dignitaries, Your Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwah, Vice President of the Republic of Namibia and of the SWAPO Party, and Lieutenant General Retired Ndaitwah. Honorable Professor Peter Kachavivi, Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Lucas Sinimbo Muha, Chairperson of the National Council, and Madam Muha, Your Lordship Peter Shivute, Chief Justice, and Judge Shivute, Honorable John Mutorwa, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Works and Transport, and Madam Mutorwa, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Sophia Shaningwa, Secretary General of the SWAPO Party, Honorable McHenry Venani, Leader of the Official Opposition, and Madam Venani, Honorable Members of Parliament, distinguished veterans of the National Liberation Struggle, and the rank and file of SWAPO Party, Honorable Laura McLeod Kashirwa, Governor of the Commerce Region, and all other regional governors present here, Her Worship Queen Kamati, Mayor of the City of Windhoek, and all other mayors present, Chief Emmanuel Gaseb, Chairperson of the Council of Traditional Leaders, and other traditional leaders present here, members of the Diplomatic Corps, service chiefs, members of the clergy, fellow mourners. We are here today at these sacred grounds where we lay to rest the sons and daughters of our land who have distinguished themselves by their deeds and have been accorded the hero status, to lay to rest one such distinguished Namibian, Dr. Hage Gottfried Geingob, our departed third president of our republic. These grounds shall become the new home of Dr. Geingob's mortal remains from today. He has joined the many other statesmen and women of outstanding character whom we hold in reverence. He has completed his tasks on earth and now takes his rest. While his remains shall be interred here, he will continue to be with us through the memories we shared and the legacy of his outstanding work and patriotism shall continue to inspire us to uphold our common values and strive for our common goals. It is these shared values that have bound us together and the common goals that have inspired us to pull together in the same direction as per the call under Harambee Prosperity Plan. So although we are heartbroken, we shall let our beloved president go. After a long life of hard work and sacrifices, he will now be taken care of by the Almighty, who will give his soul peaceful rest until we meet him again. Let us, at this parting time with our departed president, also celebrate the richness of the life he lived. Let us honor his memories by embodying the virtues he exemplified, by living each day with purpose, and by making a positive impact in our own ways. Comrade President Hage Geingob, your physical presence will be profoundly missed, but your spirit remains a guiding force in our nation. Your legacy of impactful and transformational leadership is a treasure that we will carry forward. In our hearts, your memory will forever resonate. No one must feel left out. Go well, our leader. With these remarks, I welcome your excellencies and fellow Namibians to the final send-off of our beloved president. I would now like to call upon Reverend Bishop Zacchaeus Cape of the Evangelical Lutheran Church in the Republic of Namibia to conduct a prayer and do scripture reading. Bishop Cape.
Thank you very much, the directors of proceedings. Allow me to stand on the protocol as established right now. Let us read and pray. Let us pray. Triune God, from whom we come and to whom we go, grant us the favor of your divine presence at this time in our earthly pilgrimage. Assure us by your Holy Spirit to comfort us while we are at this funeral of His Excellency President Dr. Hage G. Geingob. We are praying in the name of God the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Dear bereaved Madam Monica Geingob, the widow, children, grandchildren, extended families, and the entire sisters and brothers gathered here today. We are gathered to pay our final respect to His Excellency President Dr. Hage G. Geingob. He was elected in 2014 as the third President of the Republic of Namibia and sworn in on the 21st of March 2015, as well as re-elected for second term in 2019. Sadly, on Sunday, the 4th of February 2024, His Excellency President Dr. Hage Geingob passed away. At this moment of lowering the casket, we are praying in the name of God the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Dear bereaved Madam Monica Geingob, the widow, children, grandchildren, extended families, and the entire sisters and brothers gathered here today. We are gathered to pay our final respect to His Excellency President Dr. Hage G. Geingob. He was elected in 2014 as the third President of the Republic of Namibia and sworn in on the 21st of March 2015, as well as re-elected for second term in 2019. officiating the rite of committal and covering of the grave of our beloved President, Dr. Geingob, I shall meditate on a biblical text from the Word of God as recorded in the Gospel of John, chapter 14, verse 1 to 4, and it reads as follows. Trust in God, trust also in me. In my Father's house are many rooms. If it were not so, I would have told you, I am going to prepare a place for you. And if I go and prepare a place for you, I will come back and take you to be with me, that you also may be where I am. Dear sisters and brothers, allow me to share concisely two important theological ideas from this text. One of the remarkable ministries of Jesus Christ was to make a living space here on earth. In Luke 6, 20 to 21, Jesus says, "Blessed are you who are poor, for yours is the kingdom of God. Blessed are you who hunger now, for you will be satisfied. Blessed are you who weep now, for you will laugh." Remarkably, Jesus worked in his ministry here on earth to secure for people a place that they shall call home. Likewise, we remember President Hage Geingob. He was a builder of a Namibian house. His wisdom to build this nation house, Namibian house, was taken from Proverbs 24, verse 3 to 4. And I quote, "By wisdom a house is built, and through understanding it is established. Through knowledge its rooms are filled with rare and beautiful treasures." Unquote. Therefore, he time and again struggled to enhance service delivery, economic recovery, such as inclusive growth, and to strengthen Namibia in terms of socio-economic challenges. In order to build the country, he said the following on Heroes Day, 26 August 2018, at Ngurenguru, Kavango West region, and I quote, "As we work for a better Namibia in which no one should feel left out, let us hold hands in the spirit of Harambee," unquote. In other words, the first and second Harambee Prosperity Plan clearly indicate President's desire for the nation, which is aimed at inclusivity and improved living. President Geingob is remembered for the mantra, "No one should feel left out." It means President Geingob ensured that social grant increased and also expressed the desire to increase the pension of senior citizens and grant of most vulnerable before his reign ends in March 2025 to 3,000 Namibian dollars. As the Bible says in Matthew 11:15, "Whoever has ears, let them hear." Secondly, preparing the pathway to heaven. Everyone wants to go to heaven. As a matter of fact, no one wants to be left out to taste the beauty of heaven. Jesus went there to prepare a place for us, and we can go there but in God's way. We cannot get there by any other means. Jesus' way. God provided Jesus to know the way, show the way, and go the way. All we have to do is follow him, and he will lead us. It means the following. As Christians, we live in two worlds at the same time. We are residents of the earth with very real responsibilities that God has given us to fulfill. But we also are citizens of heaven. While we are here, we are making preparations for there. It means to prepare the road, a pathway to heaven. Now, let's look at the way to prepare for heaven. Make the most of your time on earth. While God has allotted a different number of years for every one of us in this life, in Psalm 90 verses 10 and 12, Moses said there is an average lifespan for most people. He said, as for the days of our life, they contain 70 years, or if due to strength, 80 years. So teach us to remember our days, that we may present to your heart of wisdom. It means God has given us wisdom to plan our pathways here on earth and to heaven. In the person of President Geingob, we have discovered two characteristics. President Geingob will be remembered as both a lion and a lamb, as the roaring lion and a humble lamb. Such a person with a heart of a lion and the soul of a lamb does the following: empower us to build houses here on earth with the strength of a lion, no matter what challenges we may face. In other words, be like Jesus, serve others, feed the hungry, clothe the naked, and comfort God's people. Simultaneously, the soul of a lamb is needed. Fill your soul with spirituality and love for God. Be a person of righteousness as well as a social activist. In short, pray while striving for social justice, or in Latin, ora et labora. Finally, President Hage Geingob has gone home. We can be with him again if we know the way home. Jesus can and will show you the way if you let him. Let us lay this great man to rest with fervent hope of resurrection on the last day. Let us pray. O Lord, our Lord, we come into your presence this morning to mourn the passing of our President, Dr. Hage Gottfried Geingob, a father, a grandfather, and a firm Christian believer. We also come to celebrate a life well lived, a life that served you and followed your leading. We come to be comforted in our sorrow and pray that your Spirit would cover us with peace that passes human understanding. We know that just as you walk with our President throughout his entire life, you are walking with him now in his new home, his true heavenly home. Be with our nation as our President in Christ has moved onto his higher calling, and allow us to never forget the contributions and efforts that Dr. Geingob made on your behalf in this world. In the name of our Lord Jesus Christ, we pray. Amen. Thank you, Director of Ceremonies.
Thank you very much, Bishop Cape. I now invite the Namibian Defence Force Military Band to give us one performance. Thank you very much, NDF. We now come to the final item before we take the remains of our departed president to where we will give him a permanent home on earth. And that item is the message by His Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia and Commander-in-Chief of the Namibian Defense Force, and also, of course, the Chief Mourner. I invite you, Your Excellency, to the podium.
Director of Ceremonies of this burial service, Right Honorable Sarah Kugongero Amadira, Prime Minister of the Republic of Namibia, Madam Monica Geingob, the Geingob children, grandchildren, and the extended family. Your Excellencies, Head of States and Government, Your Royal Highnesses, and other foreign dignitaries present. Your Excellency Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, Vice President of the Republic of Namibia. Your Excellency Dr. Sam Nujoma, Founding President of the Republic of Namibia and Father of the nation. Your Excellency Dr. Hifikepunye Pohamba, Second President of the Republic of Namibia. Once again, Your Excellencies, former heads of state and government, Honorable John Mutorwa, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Works and Transport, Honorable Professor Peter Hichevi-Kachavivi, Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Lucas Inimbo Muha, Chairperson of the National Council, Your Lordship Peter Shivute, Chief Justice, Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Honorable Comrade Sophia Shaningba, Secretary General of the SWAPO Party, Honorable Makendi Venani, President of PDM and Leader of the Official Opposition, Honorable Members of Parliament, Governors, Mayors, Diplomats, Distinguished Service Chiefs, Bishop Kaib, Chief Emmanuel Gassep, Chairperson of the Council of Traditional Leaders, all our religious and traditional leaders, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, representatives of the media houses, fellow mourners. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here on these hallowed grounds of Heroes' Acre, the final resting place of heroes and heroines who resisted the scourge of colonialism since 1884, culminating in the National Armed Resistance in 1966 and independence in 1990. They bravely sacrificed their lives for our freedom. Indeed, we pay respect to these gallant sons and daughters whose courage, fortitude, and valiant exploit contributed to the independence of the Republic of Namibia and the advancement of her people. Today, they are joined by a national hero who excelled in his assigned tasks as a courageous freedom fighter, as a unifying chairperson of the Constituent Assembly, as the consequential first Prime Minister and the third President of the Republic of Namibia, and the ruling party SWAPO. Today, they are joined by their fellow hero, a son of the soil, a revolutionary icon, and the torchbearer of freedom, justice, and equality, Comrade Dr. Hage Gottfried Geingob. The constant struggle and strife which defines the living world is no longer a concern to these celebrated brave warriors and statesmen, for he has fought the good fight. He has finished the race. He has kept the faith. Today, he can return home to the everlasting kingdom where eternal rest and peace awaits. Matthew 11, verse 28, we are invited, and I quote, "Come to me, all you who are weary and burdened, and I will give you rest," end of quote. Dear Comrade Geingob, you have fought valiantly and consistently without wavering for your family, for the entire Namibia, and the oppressed people throughout this world until your very last breath. It is now time for you to rest. It is now time for you to part. Yes, it is now time for us to let go. May you no longer be weary, and may you no longer be burdened. Leave the worries of this world and the worries of Namibia to the present and future generations and go in peace. We will take care of your Namibian house and the needs of the citizens, the sovereigns. In our governance, we will continue to uphold the Constitution of the land as the supreme law. We will strive to be transparent, accountable, and inclusive. Yes, we will continue to pursue the second struggle for economic freedom of Namibians with the required urgency, efficiency, and effectiveness until shared prosperity and social justice are achieved for our citizens. To Madam Monica Geingob, the children, the extended family and friends, the entire nation stands shoulder to shoulder with you in this solemn moment as we bid farewell to President Geingob. To your excellencies who have traveled from far and near to pay your last respect to President Geingob, take comfort and be strong in the wonderful legacy that he has left with us. The legacy of universal solidarity and extraordinary service to humanity. Your Excellencies and other dignitaries, I would like to thank you for the honor of your presence. Some of you have gone an extra mile and declared national mourning days in your own countries. Furthermore, through your contributions, you have ensured a dignified send-off for your brother and our president. The government and the people of Namibia deeply appreciate your demonstrated solidarity in our hour of need. Now, our president and our commander-in-chief, His Excellency Dr. Hage Gottfried Geingob, rest in perfect peace as we salute you farewell until we meet again. May God Almighty grant unto you eternal rest and make his perpetual light shine upon you. Farewell, the people's president, and I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency the President, for those final remarks in sending off our departed President on behalf of all of us. We have now come to the end of the program here. We would now move to the grave sites where our departed President would be laid to rest. There are arrangements for how we go there that will be announced. There is no space for all of us there. So we are implored to remain here except those that would be invited to join. And we would always have an opportunity to
And I should mention that it's going to be a little bit challenge looking at the ground level of where the gravesite is.
So it's quite high.
It's very high. So the RG32M armed personnel carrier will try to pull the gun carriage up to make sure that it reaches its final destination, where we are going to rest our late president. So now the pallbearers and the bearers, maybe I should make it very, very clear that this time around it's so special that it is our late president, and since he was accorded a state funeral, the state funeral pallbearers are major generals, supported by the brigadier generals, or equivalent. When I'm saying equivalent, I'm referring to other senior officers at the Navy and Air Force. If he's not a major general, then the rank on the other side of the Navy or Air Force, it's called either a rear admiral or rear admiral junior grade with the Navy, while with the Air Force it's called Air Vice Marshal. That's equivalent to a major general, while for a brigadier general with Air Force they are called Air Commodore. So the ranks differ at Army, Air Force, and Navy.
And the Navy, yes.
They differ in insignia and the pronunciation of their names. So with the Army, it's a Major General or a Brigadier General. With the Air Force, it's a Brigadier General. It's equivalent to an Air Commodore. While a Major General With the Air Force, they call it Air Vice Marshal. While at the Navy, a Brigadier General, it's called Rear Admiral Junior Grade. While for a Major General, it's called Rear Admiral only. Not Junior Grade, but it's a Rear Admiral. So those are the officers who are entrusted to be pallbearers. While with those who are carrying the casket or handling the casket, these are Formation Sergeant Majors with the Army. Also with the Air Force, it's also called Formation Sergeant Major or Regimental Sergeant Major. But when it comes to the Navy, the term, it's a different term that they use. It's either a Master at Arms or Command at Master at Arms. But they are all equivalent. So those are the members who are handling the casket.
The casket
to get to the gun carriage, and then make sure that it reach the gravesite.
All right then. Well, Colonel Shilumbu, we will be here just giving an overview of what's happening at the Heroes Acre. But let's now cross over to the proceedings. Just as Colonel Shilumbu explained, that the burial site is quite upstairs, and that's where the late president will be laid to rest. And let's now cross over to the Heroes Acre and see how the proceedings, and take in the proceedings rather.
But maybe the angle is not right, but please, there is something that I can see there.
Well, Colonel, just as you explained that the pallbearers are now getting ready, just as we witnessed, just as we saw on the overlays or the visuals, rather to take the casket onto the final resting place. If you can just take us through the procession from where they are right now to the final site.
The casket has just been loaded on the gun carriage. And even yesterday, I mentioned it that with a state funeral, it makes provision for the casket to be carried on a gun carriage, which is a symbolic value of a state funeral, plus also the number of gun salute that will be fired in honor of the late president. But with an official funeral, it's different. With official funeral, we don't see the gun carriage coming in. That is the difference between the two funerals, especially when it comes to the military to carry out the funeral out. So in case of an official funeral, the casket, it's carried by hand only. It comes either with a different car called a waza, but not with a gun carriage. It's not on a gun carriage. But also with the official funeral, what we get is you don't get gun salute, but you get volleys. And volleys are shot with small arms. Small arms are AK-47s. While with a gun salute, those are fired with artillery weapons. Those are the gun salute. The visuals that we see now, we see that the pall bearers, these are the major generals and the brigadier generals, air vice marshal, and the rear admiral. On your screen, on your left, you can see first is Major General Petrus Nathinge, then Air Vice Marshal Theophilus Shainde, the Air Force Commander, and then next to him...
interrupt you, Colonel,
Yes.
on that, as our team at the site is ready, and let's cross over to them, and then we'll continue the commentary a little bit later on. So just stay with us here in studio, Colonel Shilumbu.
I'm here with you.
Move the casket to its final resting place, its burial. And the burial is going to take place at the top. And we're joined here by the director of the National Heritage Council, Erica Ndalikokule. And she's going to tell us a little bit about what is going to transpire at the top over there. Erica, first of all, what is fundamentally different from where the president is going to be buried from the other burial places?
Okay. Good morning, viewers, fellow mourners. The question is to the significant difference in terms of the place where we are going to lay our departed president to rest, is that we are moving up to the top of the burial site, where there is space specifically identified and designated for the burial to take place. Definitely most of it will be easier to explain while we get there. But as of the moment, perhaps what we have been observing at the site is that there has been different marches from the uniformed staff, and they are still visible on site. So we will then be able to speak more in details when we get to that specific place. Thank you.
Okay, so basically the cameras will be showing those two houses. So we are saying that he's going to be buried in one of those covered places. Is that right?
Yes, that's actually where everybody is actually going to gather this morning for the final resting place.
Okay, so the final
that has
resting
been place,
selected, viewers, is fundamentally
one for
different
this purpose.
from all the others in the sense that his is going to be covered. It's going to have a roof, which is not the same of all the other graves. But the casket is going to slowly make its way to the top. The space at the top is very limited, so only the heads of states and of course the family will be allowed to go to the top. Of course, not excluding his close political allies, cabinet ministers, etc. The rest of the public will have to watch it on their screens or on the screens that have been set up here, because there just isn't enough space at the top to accommodate everybody. There is a huge crowd here, easily estimated well into 20,000. So the people of Namibia have come out in their droves to come and say farewell to their president. His death and of course his burial will effectively mark the end of an era in Namibia's political history. So it has been illustrious. It has been an illustrious journey for President Hage Geingob, a journey that began in the 60s, and went on when he went into exile, a journey that was colorful by any stretch of the imagination, a journey where he cut his political teeth, a journey that shaped and molded the man that President Hage Geingob was going to become: the family man, the politician, the Pan-Africanist, the educator, the inspirator. All these are characteristics that marked the man, and this will be his legacy.
Indeed, a very, very lasting legacy, a legacy that he emphasized when he was in office, because there was this continuation of leadership and a transition between a founding president to the second president of the republic, and now to the third president, and we have seen a peaceful transition to the fourth president. And so on that basis, really a lasting legacy where one leader carries on the torch and then hands over to a successive leader. And also in keeping with this whole theme around transitions, the end of a legacy or an end of an era is really all about the fact that these liberation stalwarts, these activists that gave so much of themselves to liberate their countries, they are now in their late season, and that means that the younger population, the younger leaders need to fill those spaces. They also need to equip themselves. They need to make sure that when they occupy those spaces, they are able to acquit themselves very well. And we have seen when the youth is entrusted with several responsibilities, they are equal to the task. So President Hage Geingob legacy will be one that we will forever cherish. It will be one that history books will obviously judge and assess in terms of his time in office, the challenges that he experienced as commander-in-chief, but as the executive leader of the executive arm of the state, and one that will obviously be criticized for one reason or the other. So we leave that to historians to do that bit of work. For us here is celebrating a legacy and the wholeness and the fullness of his life story. The First Lady last night saying, born a peasant, dying a president. What a strong, strong life story.
Absolutely. An inspiring one, and that indeed should be his legacy, as it has been the legacy of all those stalwarts that have gone before him. So, as we say, we are marking the end of an era, and this will mark the end of a solid 3 weeks in which the Namibian nation has had to come to terms with the death of their president, and they've had to come to terms with the sudden departure of this man that they regarded as their father in so many ways. But it must be particularly painful for his family, his friends. The president is also survived by his elder brother and his younger sister. And they are also here today, as well as the children. And they have had to publicly or mourn and grieve their father and their husband in the full glare of the media. And this could not have been easy. In fact, when the president lay in state at his private residence, and where a family memorial service was held at Casa Rosalia, the private residence, the cameras were asked to be turned off so as to allow this moment of privacy for the family to grieve. And this was totally understandable because the process has been in the full glare of the media, in the full glare of the public since the announcing of his death on the 4th of February.
And those moments are indeed required, those moments where the family can be on their own. The former First Lady making reference to seeking professional help when that is required. Dealing with news of this nature may not always be easy. As human beings, we may always put up a brave face. However, there could be some things that we need to be dealing with, and therefore seeking professional help, mental health professionals may actually help. But we are seeing some of the dignitaries making their way all the way to the top, using the stairs that are here for those that are physically active and are able to make it to the top. We have seen the founding president, the former president, taking their vehicles. Obviously, they are in advanced age, but the rest of the dignitaries here making their way up on their own. The public is able to watch proceedings with screens, we understand, that have been put up at Heroes Acre.
We had a number of heads of state, 17 to be exact, heads of state and heads of government that arrived in Namibia to pay their last respects to President Geingob. Now, many of them would have left already, and I think those that are here are those that were particularly close to Namibia, that had close ties to Namibia, and as well as former presidents. The president of Angola is here, and of course, Namibia and Angola share a very, very close relationship. They shared trenches during the liberation struggle. So President João Lourenço of Angola is here, and he will be making his way to the gravesite for the burial. The president of Zambia, President Hichilema, is also here. I don't know if the cameras can capture this, but we see the brother of President Geingob making his way down the stairs, and he is making his way to the burial site. This is the brother of President Geingob. He's also accompanied by President Geingob's sister.
Talking about international leaders as well, one of the things that we know is that the president really invested heavily in maintaining some of those relationships, and really they became not really just official relations, but friendships that were formed. For instance, with the president of Botswana, we understand there were regular calls that were being made between the two of them, and that sort of investment has really paid off. that personal investment in relationship building has really paid off, and we can see how, for instance, between between Namibia and Botswana, you don't require a passport; you just require an identification document, for instance, to enter into that country. So that means those two leaders really invested in the relationship, and that sort of that sort of experience can also be detected between South Africa and Namibia, where liberation movements, ANC and SWAPO, obviously share common bonds, and leaders that were in the same countries. For instance, Thabo Mbeki and President Hage Geingob, for instance, were in Lusaka at particular points in time. And therefore, you can call on them when things really get very difficult. And so that is an end of an era, as we are seeing other leaders coming up in those respective countries as well. Earlier on, we saw the former president of Mozambique.
Joaquim Chissano.
Yes, he has also remained behind. And Mozambique, obviously, and Namibia, and Zimbabwe, and South Africa, Angola, former liberation movements, became liberation governing parties in their respective countries. And now there is an alliance that has been formed where they share notes on how to get things done in their respective countries as well.
Absolutely. I mean, these relationships, as you were saying, were forged decades ago when they all found themselves as refugees and freedom fighters in countries like Tanganyika and later Zambia, and then Angola after Angola became independent. So these relationships were forged in many of these countries, and they've been forged over decades, and they were driven by a common goal, which was the independence of Southern Africa and Africa, at large. So, and they have maintained these relationships long after the countries became independent. And this is what has contributed to the peace and stability in Southern Africa. It has to be said.
Yeah, I mean, the other leader is just a call away, and in some cases, just 1 hour flight away. So there is an appreciation of those common bonds and the need for those relationships to be well maintained, and we are hoping that the next generation of leaders will continue to value those friendships. They will continue to maintain those people-to-people relationships, because that's what statecraft is all about.
In fact, President Mbeki put it, former President Mbeki of South Africa, put it very eloquently when he said that it takes somebody like Hage, who has integrity, and somebody who is a revolutionary, to be able to forge the path that he wanted to see for Africa, the Africa we want to see. And it takes somebody who was schooled and who grew up in as a revolutionary. So that is very significant indeed.
A commitment from President Nangolo Mbumba yesterday, saying, look, some of these policies of President Geingob will continue in his administration as well. So it's a transactional leadership that President Mbumba is bringing to the fore. You might not see policies being upended, things being changed left, right, and center. You're seeing a continuation of policies, a continuation of friendships and cooperation on the international front as well.
You can see the huge crowd on your screens. They are braving the sun to come and pay their last respects to the president, and nothing was going to stop them indeed. And there is a good scene of the crowd, easily 20,000 at least. So they have filled Heroes Acre to the capacity.
And we don't see this scene often. You see it during independence celebrations, for instance. When there's a swearing in of a new president, you see these sort of scenes where Namibians come in numbers. So it is testament to just how Namibians loved their president.
Indeed. This is the gun carriage, and it is waiting to make its way to the top. The gun carriage was stationed here in front of the eternal flame. This is where the eternal flame is. And this is where the majority of foreign delegates, dignitaries, and of course Namibian dignitaries. This is where they were, and now the gun carriage will make its way to the top of the two mausoleums where the president will be laid to rest.
And when we're using the word that particular word, please say it again. I don't want to massacre the English language, not on this particular occasion.
The mausoleum.
Yes. They are not typical
mausoleums, yes.
Yes, as we see them in other parts of the world. And obviously there's a unique Namibian touch to them, and obviously this is something that we will be able to see in the next few moments as the carriage is taken all the way to the top.
Yes, indeed, and we still have the director of the National Heritage Council with us, so she will be able to take us through of what is happening and where he is being laid to rest once we get to that point. Joined us, you are watching the final, the burial of the late Namibian President, Dr. Hage Gottfried Geingob, and we're here at Heroes Acre. Here you can see the gun carriage, and it is preparing to make its way to the top of Heroes Acre, where the president will be laid to rest. Yes, this information is particularly aimed at those of our viewers who are joining us on YouTube, joining us on the NBC app, which is NBC Plus, which you can also download, particularly for viewers in the diaspora. You can also follow the proceedings. This is President Hichilema Hakainde Hichilema of Zambia, and he is one of the presidents that is going to assist at the top.
As soon as the dignitaries have made their way up, we will hand you over to the last remaining program that is still being led ably by the Minister of Defense and the Prime Minister of the Republic. Both of them yesterday sharing that responsibility and today carrying over these particular duties until they are concluded. It's the president of DRC, I believe.
Democratic Republic of Congo. Yes, Felix Tshisekedi, indeed, also one of the presidents that is giving the honor of attending the burial.
President of DRC yesterday also delivering a tribute on behalf of the people of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. This is the former Prime Minister of Kenya, Raila Odinga.
Former President of Kenya.
Former Prime Minister.
Oh, no, Prime Minister. Raila Odinga, yes.
President Uhuru Kenyatta, former President Uhuru Kenyatta, was not able to make it. However, the current President William Ruto came to Namibia yesterday and also made a tribute. That is the President of Mozambique.
We also have the Emir of Qatar, who is here, Emir Al-Thani, and he's here. First of all, he was a close friend of President Geingob, but more than that, Qatar also has economic interests in Namibia, and it has been one of the few Middle East countries that has invested quite heavily in Namibia, namely in the petroleum sector. They were part of those that funded the exploration and the subsequent finding of the oil wells.
It's a sector that is about to take off. We understand appraisals of those wells are underway, and hopefully with positive news, this will be one of President Geingob's legacies, that Namibia became or is likely to become a oil-producing country, something that just became very prominent in the last 2 years of his presidency. Obviously, he has also equally championed the green hydrogen agenda as a strategic bet for the country. And these sectors hopefully will employ many Namibians, create the wealth and prosperity that he yearned for and that he stood for, and something that in his presidency promised he was going to work hard on achieving. But it is unfinished business on that front, and obviously the prospects for oil and gas and green hydrogen are well on the agenda of of President Nangolo Mbumba as well.
Let's sing a song. Does Jesus care when I say goodbye to the
General Martin Shali there, also serving as one of the pallbearers. General retired Martin Shali, that is. And many of the students of the United Nations Institute for Namibia that were taught at that institute, some of them occupying high offices, have also paid respect to their former director. And many of those connections, we understand, former lecturers that used to serve at the institute, they have also been paying tribute as well. Minister of Health and Social Services, Dr. Kalumbi Shangula. working very closely with the former president during the COVID-19 pandemic, a pandemic that really wiped some of the social gains that we have made as a nation.
Indeed.
And resulted in the deaths of many Namibians. But from the top, President Geingob providing leadership.
Yes, we will miss you. Asa, Osaki, Masa. I can say,
These are the family members just behind, facing the cameras. Those are the family members, the children of Dr. Geingob.
I believe this is President Nyusi from Mozambique and the First Lady, or maybe a translator that is talking to Madam Geinkos. And the Vice President and the President also have made their way to the top, and we expect the program to start now that the carriage is making its
And there
way.
the gun carriage moves the president's remains to their last resting place.
Yes. Tiku ngosina ere oh charango aingo chani sasta mi pate aingo chani sasta kau kate oh charango oh charango hey kada umu
hôm cả cu chê hôm ca cu chê hôm ta vi bài ma chi wa đề mê ra trời hôm cả cu chê hôm ma chi wa đề mê ra trời ai cái rê ai cái rê ai cái rê ai cái rê hôm cả cu chê hôm ca cu chê hôm ta vi ai ma chi wa đề mê ra trời ai cái rê ai cái rê ai cái rê ai hôm cả cu chê hôm cái ai cái rê ai
Nova kumang aray kami ay kung aray tanda ka soro sampuro pala wakan kami ko kurni kana ragisi ini kuchuko kodlas oh mari la kuma sigi tut me kodlas mai sa stari di kun ada ko sarang abad wa rola Siapa kapan aku kung aray? Apa kung aray? Mami.
Tanam gitmar.
Mike sa di bus. Siguro las magi gino pag tuya sini sa dagi ka kumaya.
Thank you very much. Maybe you may take your seat for now until they are ready to lower the casket, and we will let you know. Thank you.
Coffin being taken into this fitting
that
structure.
there are
I still don't know what we need to call this.
I think we can
at some
safely
point.
call it a mausoleum.
Yeah.
You know, if it is a covered a structure, is that right? Can we safely call it a mausoleum because it is enclosed?
Yeah. Well, as long as we understand it in the context in which it is, because sometimes we tend to use terms that cause confusion. Definitely, as of the place where we are laying our late president to rest, there is a grave. And as it was just announced a little while ago by the Prime Minister, we are waiting for the casket to be lowered into a grave, which will be covered. And once it is covered, then at least we would have done it the Namibian way. We may think of coming up with a term as to what we are calling these structures, but the purpose is basically to provide the space befitting for the hero that our late president was. Yes. Just to add a bit on what was already said in terms of who can be buried at the Heroes Acre, definitely we have symbolic graves, 9 of them, and we have 46 real graves, amongst which we have those that were repatriated from outside the country, Angola and Zambia to be specific, as well as those who were buried at other cemeteries within the country that were brought here. One significant part is also the tomb of on which the unknown soldier is standing, where we have the soil that was taken from the graves, the mass graves in Kasinga, as well as in Oshatotwa, and they were then buried here symbolically, just to ensure that they are also included as it is per the wish of the Namibian nation.
The voice of Madam Erika Ndaliko-Kule. She's with the Heritage Council, the custodian of the Heroes Acre, as well as other sites as well. We have the Enana shrine as well, and also Etongulungombashe as well. Yes. So heroes also of other categories that are accorded those that particular status, they are buried at these shrines. And the idea, maybe Madam Ndaliko-Kule, is really that we have a befitting space where we can honor our heroes and our heroines, not only in the capital city, but also in other parts of the country.
This place is quite spacious, Kadambiri. It looks small, but it is quite spacious. I mean, you have a number of military officers standing inside, plus the casket. So it is quite spacious. I haven't been able to see the family, so perhaps the cameras can try and see where the family is. Yes, and as Erica was saying, the coffin is now about to be lowered. So it is going to be lowered in the ground. They are obviously going to remove the flag and the other accoutrements and give those to the widow.
And also we understand the 21-gun salute will also follow concurrently with the lowering of the coffin.
Right work.
For the pallbearers. The civilian pallbearers, they are also coming in, but they are just
waiting for the military pallbearer to enter. They'll do a saluting, then they'll come out, as I can see. Then after that, the traditional pallbearer, they will go in, give the bowing. Once they come out, then I'll give a signal now to... Them can take a seat for me. Yeah, it's true.
What is he doing there?
Can now announce the removal of the national flag by bearers.
May the pallbearers please now remove the flags from the casket to prepare for the lowering of the casket. Have they done that? Yaninga nantisikirike.
Aye, naninga maga iko possible. Aye.
Yeah, we delivered our Maria from protocol to sit to the because he knows where they are allocated.
There are two. No, there was someone here. Should we follow you? Okay. Thanks.
Not yet. It was there were a lot of things which is holding on to. They are now putting the flower on top, the one will go together with the casket. No, they are putting the flower together. No, they see these two guys. Okay, we can now request the monarch to rise. Yes.
May we all please rise now for the lowering of the casket into the grave that will be done concurrently with 21 gun salute and fly past by the NDF. Okay, can they wait a while, please, before they start lowering the casket, so that the former presidents can also be there? They would like to witness that. Sorry. Yes. Can somebody leave them there? Can somebody? Okay, can we now proceed with the lowering of the casket concurrently with the 21 gun salute and the fly past? You may now take your seats, please.
Earth is the Lord's and everything in it. Amen. Beloved in the Lord, as we have brought our brother and President, His Excellency Dr. Hage Gottfried Geingob, at his resting place, let us listen to the word of the Lord. Of the mortality of a human being, man who is and full of trouble, he comes forth like a flower and fades away. He flees like a shadow, and the number of his months you have appointed his bounds that he cannot pass. The dust returns, for we are strangers before you and pilgrims. Our days on withers away. But we come. Therefore, just as through one man sin, death through sin, death spread to all men, because all have sinned. Listen what the word of the Lord says about the seriousness of the preparation for the death. You shall not live. Watch, therefore, for you do not know when in the evening, or at midnight, or at cockcrow, or in the morning, lest he come suddenly and find you asleep. It is a fearful thing to fall into the hands of the living God. Do not be deceived. God is not mocked. For whatever a man sows, that he will also reap. For we must all appear before the judgment seat of Christ, so that each one may receive good or evil according to what he has done in his life. It is appointed for a man to die once, and after that comes judgment. Lastly, listen, wants to console us in our mortal, perishable life. For the wage of sin is death, but the free Lord. Building from to a living hope through the resurrection of Jesus Christ from the dead, and to an inheritance undefiled and unfading, dead who die in the Lord henceforth. Blessed indeed, says the Spirit, that they may rest from their labors, and their works follows them. And God will wipe away every tear from their eyes, and there shall be no more death, no sorrow, no crying. There shall be no more pain, for the former things have passed away. Amen. As it has pleased the Almighty God, the Lord of life and death, take out this world the soul of our departed President, Comrade Hage Gottfried Geingob. We now commit his body to the ground, earth to earth, ashes to ashes, dust to dust, in the hope that our Lord Jesus Christ will raise him to eternal life. Hage Gottfried Geingob, from earth you were taken. To earth you shall return. Our Lord Jesus Christ will raise you on the last day to inherit eternal life. Amen. I know that my Redeemer lives, and that he shall stand at the last day upon the earth. And after my skin has been destroyed, yet in my flesh I will see God. I myself will see him with my own eyes and not another. Let us pray. Almighty God, who by the death of your Son Jesus Christ has destroyed death, by his rest in the tomb has sanctified the grace of your children, and by his glorious resurrection has brought life and immortality to light through the gospel, so that all who die in him abide in the joy, rest from their labors. Receive, we pray you, our thanks for the victory over death and the grave which he has obtained for us and for all who sleep in him. We thank you also, Father, for the life of your servant, Hage Gottfried Geingob, whom you have called from this temporal world, for everything that you have done through him, for all the love and care to his family, friends, community, the nation and congregation, who are now bereaved through his departure. Be with us all and comfort us with your ever-presence with us. Strengthen us by your Holy Spirit, that our trust in your grace in Jesus Christ may daily increase, and that with sure confidence we may hold fast the blessed hope that we shall not die, but only sleep, and the last day be raised up unto everlasting life through Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. Amen. Lord, remember us in your kingdom and teach us to pray. Let's pray the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Father, who created you out of the dust of the earth, may our Lord Jesus Christ, who by his blood redeemed you, may the Holy Spirit, who by baptism sanctified you to be his temple, keep you in the name of God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. So we can move away. Yeah, okay. We can perhaps stand somewhere there.
Ambassador Ipumbu, who is the Chief of Protocol, served in this particular role under President Geingob, still continuing to direct the protocol on this occasion. And we saw all of the former Chief of Protocol coming to also pay their respects, including Ambassador Muvangwa, who is now serving in Brazil, Ambassador Nandango, who is now serving in Angola, and also joined by Ambassador Ipumbu.
Ambassador Salma Shipala is also here.
Yes.
Who came all the way from Ghana. The High Commissioner of Namibia to London, Ambassador Linda Scott is also here. So we have a lot of our ambassadors who have come over to pay their last respects. Now, the Defense Force is going to proceed to the covering. Once that has been
we expect a slab to be placed over the grave. It is not going to be covered with sand, and this is usually done Okay, I might be giving you misleading information regarding the sand issue. We expect it will be covered with sand, but at a later stage. Right now, it is just a slab that will be placed over. In addition to the national institutions coming in an exemplary manner to really give a fitting farewell to the former president, we have also had assistance from neighboring countries, in particular Zambia. The all-weather friend of Namibia sent some military officials to assist in guiding some of the processes that we are witnessing today, in particular because they have had a history of experiencing a sitting president passing on, as well as a former president as well. So Zambia, Namibia's all-weather friend, coming to our aid.
At this point in time, the Defense Force is going to cover the grave, and then the head of state is going to give the accoutrements, in other words, the flags and the other symbols of his presidency will then be given to the widow. And thereafter, there will be the laying of wreaths.
And that will be done in a very particular order. And the widow will have an opportunity to lay a wreath former
Yes, she will be the
president.
first to lay the wreath, and then that will be followed by the head of state.
Yes, and then the former president, Nyoma, former president
Yes.
Pohamba, and also the Speaker of the National Assembly, Chairperson of the National Council, the Chief Justice, all laying wreaths.
The vote of thanks is going to be given by Judge Petrus Damasep, and he will be giving it on behalf of the family. The judge is also a very long-standing friend of the Geingobs. He, in fact, was also a student, a former student of UNIN before he was sent abroad to complete his studies.
I now invite the NDF to assist with the covering of the grave.
The symbolic dust to dust, earth to earth, and dust to dust, symbolically putting sand on her husband's casket, the First Lady. This ceremony will effectively bring us to the end of the burial of the late President Hage Geingob. The founding president, Dr. Sam Nyoma, going to put the symbolic sand on the grave.
President of the Republic, Hifikepunye Pohamba, also following the same
Doing the honors.
ritual, giving his honors yesterday recalling how he met the late president in Tsumeb, and that particular meeting obviously left a mark because he recalled that the former president was a remarkable person.
These are the children. Yes, indeed.
Former president, quite a difficult moment this is for them as well.
This is the younger sister of Dr. Geingob. The Speaker of the National Assembly, Dr. Peter Kachavivi.
Professor Kashavivi did not teach at the United Nations Institute for Namibia.
No.
He was representing SWAPO in London.
That's right. This is the son, the firstborn son, Mangaliso Geingob. Spitting image of his father. This is his daughter.
Yes, Your Excellencies, the President is inviting the heads of delegations from SADC and the chairperson of the AU
daughter,
to proceed to the gravesite to join him in
Tangos Geingob. Geingos. This is Hage Jr., Hage Geingob Jr., his last born son. This is Oshoveli, his second daughter.
The Chief Justice and the chairperson of the National Council. I take it that the Speaker is already at the gravesite. You may join. I think the chairperson of the traditional authorities, you may also proceed.
That's his granddaughter, his first granddaughter, Naomi. That's his one of his sons, Nino Kalondo. There you see President Emerson Mnangagwa with the ubiquitous scarf of the Zimbabwean colors, preparing to make his way with President Ramaphosa. No.
Yes, it is. And just behind is the chairperson of the AU Commission. And this is the vice president.
Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah.
General retired.
Retired General.
Retired General Ndaitwah.
Denga Ndaitwah. Indeed.
President of Angola.
João Lourenço Gonçalves. A fairly close friend of President Geingob and, of course, the First Lady. A close friend of President Geingob. They consulted regularly. They also saw each other regularly. In fact, when the heroes were repatriated from Angola and Zambia, President João Lourenço was the defense minister at the time, and he came to the reburial representing the Angolan government.
A hectic weekend for President Cyril Ramaphosa.
Indeed, indeed.
Weekend activities filled with campaign launches as well as bidding farewell to
His
a brother.
friend, absolutely. In fact, the president of the AU, the commissioner of the African Union, Ali Faki.
President of Finland, and now President of Germany, who yesterday acknowledged that the genocide is a matter that remains unfinished business between the two countries and that it needs to be dealt with as soon as
Your
possible.
Excellencies, the remaining heads of states and delegation are invited to also go to the gravesite to perform the last rites there. Maybe we just allow the other heads of state who are coming from there to take their seats so that we have space there.
This is the President of Mozambique, President Nyusi. And First Lady of Mozambique. President of Zambia, kneeling down to say farewell to an elder brother. President of Malawi.
Yes. Lazarus Chakwera. It is a tradition in Zambia and Malawi. You know, the two people share similar traditions. It is a tradition when you put sand, the symbolic sand, you have to kneel.
President of DRC.
Felix Tshisekedi.
So the Master of Ceremonies inviting all of the heads of state and government to do what is necessary this afternoon. They made the time, the effort to be here in the country, and therefore this fitting send-off is something that they are equally participating in. The representative of Eswatini, who has been sent by the king,
Judge President Chivute.
Chief of Justice. He was also a student at the United Nations
He
Institute
was a
for
student
Namibia.
at UNIN, the Chief Justice, and he was taught by many of the people that Dr. Hage recruited.
Madam Sophia Shaningwa, the Secretary General of SWAPO, re-elected for a second term at the last Congress. And this is the chairperson of the National Council, Namibia's upper house of parliament. This is Chief Gossip.
Chief Gossip of the Traditional
Chairperson.
Leaders Council.
Yes. This is the president
This
of
is the
Ethiopia.
president of Ethiopia.
I shared the
Madam
same
Bwak.
flight with her when she arrived in the country.
Yes.
Quite a very humble servant of her people. This is the president of Ghana.
President Ado. He has come all the way from West Africa. They've had occasion to interact with President Geingob over the years.
So we are trying our best to navigate the monitors in front of us. So if you don't hear us mentioning a representative or a president, it doesn't mean that we don't know them.
But all in all, NBC has done a sterling job in bringing the events around from the announcement of the death of the president to bringing his life stories, to bringing stories of his legacy over the last 3 weeks solidly. NBC has been the go-to institution or the go-to broadcaster to get accurate information about the president and events around the president. The Princess Royal of the United Kingdom.
Princess Anne,
Princess Anne.
former Mozambican president.
Joaquim Chissano. He shared political trenches with the president from their days in exile.
President Hage Geingob was vested in resolving the crisis in Mozambique. And this is President Thabo Mbeki, former South African
Former
president.
South African president. And he was telling us in an interview that they were very close. Former President Olusegun Obasanjo of Nigeria, also one of the elders, which was set up, the Council of Elders set up to resolve African conflicts.
This is the United Nations Deputy Secretary General. The representative of the Chinese delegation sent by President Xi Jinping. the Commonwealth Secretary General.
These are just some of the representatives of the many dignitaries, foreign heads of state, dignitaries that came to pay their last respects to our late president. There you see President Thabo Mbeki, a close friend of the late Hage Geingob, very close indeed. President Olusegun Obasanjo, paying his respects.
Credited for returning democracy to Nigeria and leading the peaceful transition from military rule to civilian rule in Nigeria, Africa's most populous nation.
And I think that's testament to, because the King said to me,
a close embrace with the former First Lady. The First Ladies of Africa have really transformed their respective offices into offices that are serving their various countries in meaningful ways. And our First Lady, Monica Geingob, leading on that front, leading a grouping of African First Ladies, coming together to advocate for health issues on the African continent.
Indeed.
And those First Ladies have also come here to, not only because of the connection that they had with President Hage Geingob, but also Madam Geingob in her own capacity as a First Lady. Professor Carlos Lopez, the former head of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, and also a very close confidant of President Geingob, has also come to town to come and bid farewell to his friend. He was somebody that was invited by President Geingob to induct his new cabinet in 2015, especially around the economic vision that he had at the time.
Indeed. What you see on your screens are just the foreign dignitaries, the VIPs, who will be paying their last respects.
I saw somebody resembling our Justice Minister,
Yes,
Yvonne
indeed.
Dawsap.
That was Yvonne.
And she represented Namibia ably at the International Court of Justice this week.
And still and still represents Namibia very ably.
The minister in the presidency and also businesswoman Martha Namujebo Tilahun. In your picture there. The minister in the presidency had the honor of working very closely with the president for the past couple of years. It was quite emotional during the inauguration ceremony of the new president.
Indeed.
She was visibly shaken. And what a time it has been for everyone who worked very closely with the president in the presidency, in the private office of the president. These are men and women that worked day in, day out with the head of state. And now being called upon to organize logistics and other activities.
I'm also being told that Heroes Acre will be closed to the public. So please do not make your way to come and see where the president is buried. It will be closed to the public. The National Heritage Council will make an announcement when the Heroes Acre will reopen. So please, this is to the public at large. Please don't make your way here. Once this ceremony is open, the shrine will be closed.
Please kindly
the
wait
First
for
Lady
a moment. We apologize for the inconvenience.
really seeing these delegations until the wee hours, really, of prominent people that made their way to their residence, and she, without fail, saw each and every single one of them.
Indeed. They're preparing to close the grave now.
So we should now just allow
There the slab goes over.
Hello. The family members and mourners who want to proceed to go to the gravesite, please welcome to do so now. Those who want to go to the gravesite to put in sand are now free to do that now. You are invited to proceed to the gravesite.
You can see the slab is being put over the grave. They're just preparing to put it now.
So to you asking us questions about the sand, that will obviously come at a later stage.
Exactly.
The spiritual leaders have also supported the Geingob family in person and lifted them up in prayer at every occasion. And really, this was a moment that they assisted the nation as well to pay our respects and send off our president. So one of the things that we have been talking about is how institutions have come to the party to send Dr. Geingob and send him well, a befitting send-off to the former head of state. We've talked about the armed forces, but we have also talked about the national broadcaster. This afternoon, I'm delighted to be joined by the chairperson of the Board of Directors of the Namibian Broadcasting Corporation, Mr. Lazarus Jacobs. A very good afternoon to you, chairperson. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much, Kadembire. Thank you so much for inviting me.
This is the penultimate send-off, a period of 3 weeks in which the institution, the national broadcaster, had to come to the party and deliver exceptional service. How do you assess this whole period from your vantage point?
There was the last 3 weeks were amazing in the sense that all our systems were put through a stress test, both physically, emotionally, in terms of our logistics and so on. And what we had done is we got together with the DG as the board, and we said, look, the eyes of the world will be on Namibia because this is the largest funeral Namibia will ever experience, because it was the demise of a sitting president, our first sitting president. And we told the Director General that whatever it is that you need, we need to make it happen. We went to our shareholder, the ministry, and the executive director, the minister, the deputy minister, they were right on the money. They just said, no, whatever it is, to give our hero, our president, the ultimate respect, and also to bring this funeral to the rest of the world. As you know, we were able to provide this signal for this burial all over Africa, because we received almost 28 visiting heads of state and heads of delegations, about 37. And people in African countries wanted to see where their leaders are going, and NBC was the host broadcaster. And I must say, Kadembire, the NBC has done a tremendous job. All the staff members, I was speaking to quite a lot of the colleagues. Some of them haven't slept in the past 54 hours, but they haven't slept properly, but they understood the enormity of this. And also we're busy writing history, because this is the first sitting head of state to pass away. And we are recording that. And that's Namibia to the world. And I must really congratulate and thank all the colleagues of the NBC, whether it's the Director General to the person who is just passing on the water, and colleagues like yourself who are then becoming the voice and the visuals of what people are experiencing here at Heroes Acre.
Obviously, one of the things that needed investment is the technological platform, the technology to undertake a massive production of this scale. What do you have to say to that, and just the investment that had to be made?
So a lot, as we say, I've been following some of the information on social media, and people say, oh, NBC must have borrowed cameras from other people. That is not true. Everything that you see here was brought to you by the Namibian Broadcasting Corporation. People were surprised that we are actually broadcasting in high definition. Since August last year, we've been testing our signals, and I must really thank the Director General and his team. But especially the Director General, he's been pushing. He said we need to go HD throughout all our channels. And I want to assure Namibians, what you're seeing on your screen is by Namibians and for Namibians. And we have a dedicated team of more than 500 people who are committed to deliver our mandate. In terms of the financial investment, NBC was in the process of investing. We must thank our shareholders. They supported our capital budget because we told them we need to go with the times. We need to be able to be a high definition broadcaster. We need to be a digital broadcaster. And we saw a lot of messages, even people in the diaspora outside the continent who are following live on all our platforms. So that's the investment that we have made, which made it possible. And it's going to be like this from now on. And like I said, the burial of our president provided us an opportunity, and I don't want it to sound opportunistic, but to showcase what NBC has been doing in terms of growth.
And what do you make of some of the pictures that we have seen? I saw a picture of a television set being put out under a tree with a generator for public members in rural parts of this country to just watch these proceedings.
So that speaks to the men we are burying, or we have buried this afternoon, Hage. Everybody used to call him Hage. He was their president. He was a people's president. And one thing that people are constantly saying is Hage made the presidency accessible to Namibians. Not that the others were not, but he was a different personality. He was a sports guy, he was a music guy, he was dancing and so on. And he was able to open not just his heart, but his office to the ordinary Namibians to feel like that's my leader, and I can go and sit in a shibin next to him and we can sing, or I can sit in a shibin next to him and we can watch a football match. What we are seeing, the images of these people who are saying, I want to be part of this man called Hage Geingob. I want to be part of that burial, and I will do whatever it is. I will do whatever it takes to make sure that I bury this man, and I will not miss it. Kadhimbire is one of those moments you're going to ask yourself two questions one day. Where were you when you heard that His Excellency passed away? And the second, did you watch his burial? And I don't think anybody wanted to miss that. You know, I don't think anybody wanted to miss it. It's the same thing they did with the Queen of England. The British felt, where were you when that happened? You know, and this is, like I said, this is the largest burial Namibia has ever experienced. Yeah.
Indeed, history-making stuff that we are witnessing. And just a last question. Now that you have set the standards, obviously, maintaining them should be the order of the day. What is your promise to Namibians out there?
I have no doubt whatsoever that we can maintain these standards. For those of our compatriots who've been following NBC, you will see that NBC for the past 2-3 years has been on a trajectory for growth, and it has been on the trajectory to make sure that we bring quality content for Namibians. Now, here is the consolation, if you want to call it that. Everybody who's involved in this program, everybody who's involved in this broadcasting, are people who work for the NBC or are freelancers for the NBC. So there's no outside influence here. You can say, oh, if those people leave, then we're back. No. The standard has been set. Everybody is all hands on deck, and I can assure Namibians, things are just going to get better and better. You've seen it when we've done what we've done with the AFCON, brought it, how we're able to engage all 14 regions of the country in the AFCON, where we had broadcasts live from different fan parks all over the country, not just in Windhoek. And also you've seen it during our December broadcast last year, how we're able to bring news broadcasts and all kinds of current affairs programs around Christmas and the holiday from all kinds of regions. So Kadhimbire, this is the show of things to come. We're just going to get bigger and bigger with the support of our primary shareholder, which is the Ministry of MICT, and obviously with our viewers. And I just want to urge Namibians that this is your product. You know, let's let's stop looking for other excuses. I know they did not do that, or they bought new cameras. NBC didn't buy a new camera, and NBC just got a digital signal. And that's what we've been trying to work towards throughout that. As Namibia, we needed to do a digital migration from analog. And we've been in that process for the past 7 years, and this is a culmination of that and what people can see on their screens right now.
Everything rises and falls on leadership.
Absolutely.
Mr. Chairperson, thank you so much for joining us this afternoon and relating to us your experience as one of the institutions that had really to come to the party.
Thank you, Kadembire. And I really want to say thank you, Ms. Apolles, Ricardo, and all the colleagues. I wish Namibians could see what's going on behind the scenes here. And everybody is working with a smile on their face, because this is, you can see, this is a labor of love, and there's also a huge air of patriotism. They are doing this because they are Namibians, and I really want to thank you on behalf of the board and everybody. I want to thank you, and on behalf of Namibians, I want to thank you for the sacrifices you've made. Thank you so much.
Chairperson of the national broadcaster, Lazarus Jacobs, there, with a few words on this team that has delivered a very successful product over the past 3 weeks. At this point in time, where are we? Maybe let's fill you in. What has been happening is that public members have now made their way to the top. They also want to personally witness these occasions. And what is likely to happen in the next few moments or so is that there will be the laying of the wreaths. As we pointed out, that is something that is done at occasions of this nature. And
in fact,
therefore...
before that, it was announced by the Director of Ceremony that the instruments that were used by the late President, the flag and the instruments as Commander-in-Chief, the accoutrements as they're called, will then be handed over now to the former First Lady and widow. And this is what they're preparing to do now.
I'm sure it's too early to talk of a presidential library, but I mean, from the residents, the pictures that one saw, I mean, there is a connection obviously to academia and writing and books and publishing and what have you. So you would want all of those memories to be reduced into some sort of a product.
Yes.
Idi Nashandi, where are you? We want the name list. Oh, you are here. We are. The program, the ceremony, the laying wreath ceremony has started. It is starting with Madam Geingob. She is the first to lay the wreath.
Yes, we're going towards the laying of the wreaths. It's not. Yes.
Let me just get an indication. Shipanga, give us an indication to invite. Okay, so we can invite the First Lady. They are there? Yes.
I have already. This one, it will be our backup if they get finished that side.
Okay.
I have already called because they're already busy going to the wing.
So we invite the First Lady. Madam Menica again was the First Lady.
I have already done so.
Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mumba.
They're getting ready to, they're placing the wreaths, and they will now go and lay the wreaths. There is the former First Lady who has just laid her wreath.
Your Excellency. Hello. We are inviting His Excellency, His Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia, to lay the wreath.
Been a traumatic experience for the Namibian people. It has also been traumatic, obviously, for the family. How would you describe the way the Namibian public has behaved over these last few days?
Next will be.
We saw an outpouring of love, an outpouring of love, really. I can sum it in that way, because we saw that whatever divided us was not impactful in the bigger scheme of things, and what brought us together is a moment such as this one, and Namibians really have come together very, very strongly, and more so because we are laying a president who, in his first election, enjoyed 87% of the popular vote. So he was well liked by Namibians from across the political divide. So that was not a surprise for me. But importantly, it's the friends of Namibia that I saw in this moment, because the president always said, look, we are a friend of all and an enemy to none. And you can see even with this particular ceremony, you have representatives from the United States, you have representatives from Cuba. So that tells you all that enemies can come together in this fashion and really pay respects to these son of the Namibian soil in the manner.
And a great African, a great Pan-Africanist. In fact, although we did not see outpourings of grief per se, Namibians, it was more a celebration of his life, a celebration of this great man. If you remember, when they were taking the procession through the streets of Windhoek, particularly in Kadatura, the crowds just came out in their thousands to line the streets, and they all started clapping as his funeral cortege drove past. They were all clapping. So to me, that symbolized a celebration of his life, saying thank you for what you've done for this country. Thank you for leading us for leading us, basically, for being a good leader, etc. Would you agree?
Totally, totally. I mean, even after his death, there were spontaneous services that were just being held by random people, not even through the official channels. And government had needed to step in and say, look, let's structure this better. And it spoke to how people wanted to say goodbye, but importantly, how they wanted to celebrate this life story, these achievements, these accomplishments.
We are now inviting.
This is the founding president who has just laid his wreath.
Yes, indeed.
We also have to make allowances for their ages. These leaders that have been with us for many years, and we forget that they're also human. They're human beings, and they do have a lifespan. And this is just the natural course of things taking over. This is nature. And many, of course, are not used to seeing the founding president like this. But we have to remember that age is taking over, and there is nothing anybody can do, unfortunately.
We were quite fortunate to have, our founding president, our second president, our third
Indeed.
president almost completing his entire term
Indeed.
for 35 solid years. I mean, other countries have not been that fortunate. Zambia has been quite fortunate with Kenneth Kaunda,
His Excellency
the founding president, living for so long. Robert Mugabe living for so long. They had their longevity. But others are quite not fortunate. So we need to really be grateful.
The other thing we need to be grateful for as a country, as a nation, is the peace and stability that has characterized Namibia since independence. And this has been no less because of people like President Nyoma, President Pahamba, and President Hage. This has been one of the hallmarks of Namibia, the peace and stability. This is President Masisi of Botswana, who said that Hage was his older brother. In fact, he was lamenting the fact that he would no longer be able to bounce things off President Hage. He had wanted him to be there for longer so that he could advise him and he could bounce issues off him.
Obviously, one of the interesting developments and dynamics is democracy in the southern parts of Africa. South Africa is going to elections in May. Botswana is also having an elective year. So is Namibia. Democracy and democratic principles well entrenched in the sub-region.
Indeed. Yes, and so this is the vice president. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah. In fact, SADC can actually be held up as a beacon of democracy. You know, all these other countries have very successfully transitioned into full-fledged democratic institutions and democratic states, where democratic institutions are guaranteed by the Constitution. So the region has definitely been a beacon of democracy. And these are countries that were formerly didn't have democratic institutions, where you had one-party states for many years, and that have now transitioned into democracies. Malawi comes to mind. So does Malawi comes to mind. So does Angola. So does Zambia under the one-party system. But they have successfully transitioned into democracies, and that is something to be commended. It is really something to be commended. And as we forge closer ties, I think the region will be very powerful indeed. If you look at what you mentioned earlier, that Botswana and Namibia have signed an agreement where literally we have no borders. We can move into Botswana freely with just our identity cards. Now that is a first, and that is really incredible, which means that these two countries have laid the foundation for closer ties between African countries.
Chairman of our traditional council.
Professor Peter Kashavivi was once interviewed, why is he going for a second term as Speaker? He said, I want to preside over the National Assembly in tandem with the President, my friend, Hage Geingob. And we know that he has indicated he won't be available for elective office anymore. So it's quite also a period of transition for these liberation stalwarts as well, as they give way to other Namibians to occupy these spaces.
Indeed. In fact, yes, he wasn't going to, as you said, he did say that he's not going to stand again. And in fact, his term would have ended with the elections and the swearing in of the new president, which is when President Geingob was also going to retire. But unfortunately, fate would have it otherwise.
And the other friend in that trio, President Nangolo Mbumba, also indicating to all and sundry that he's just here to complete the term of his friend.
Absolutely.
No other ambition.
He has no designs on any position, etc. Which is
Chief of the Defense Force. Next.
He's the chairperson of the Council of Traditional Leaders, Chief Kasep. Chief
Khaseb.
Kasep, yes.
Chief Khaseb.
The armed forces bidding farewell to their commander-in-chief.
Vote of thanks.
Yes. And then the national salute.
An announcement by the Director of Ceremonies, no benedictions.
That concludes the laying wreath ceremony. Our next in the program is the vote of thanks. I would like to invite the Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Going to move the vote of thanks on behalf of the family.
The vote
The
of thanks
Deputy
will
Chief
be
Justice Damaset also served as an assistant to the then Prime Minister, served in the Cabinet Secretariat, worked closely with Dr. Geingob before going into private practice and starting his own law firm, and then thereafter serving on the bench for many years before his appointment to the leadership of the judiciary.
As we were saying earlier, he comes from exile
Before
with
that,
the late
Justice
president,
Damaset, I saw him.
including
I suppose
Chief
he was
Justice
informed.
Shivute, who started
Now,
at
if
UNIN.
he's not here, I would like to invite the Prime Minister to do some
As
announcements.
did the Minister of Home Affairs, Albert Kawana, also studied at UNIN.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency President Nangolo Mbumba and Madam Mbumba, Madam Monica Genkos, the widow of our departed president, his children, grandchildren, and the rest of the bereaved family, Your Excellencies, the former president, the founding president, and the second president, and your respective spouses, Your Excellency, the vice president, and Mr. Ndaitwa, Your Excellency President Masisi and Madam, and all the dignitaries, foreign dignitaries that are still here with us, may I stand on the protocol that is established already. Now we have come to the end of the official program of the State Funeral Service for our late President, Dr. Hage Geingob. I wish to thank all our citizens, firstly, for that show of love and solidarity during the entire period of sending off our departed president. As a government, we are grateful to all their excellencies, heads of states and government, and other foreign dignitaries for coming to condole with us, leaving their important preoccupations back in their countries. We also appreciate those who sent condolences messages and could not come personally. We have received material and logistical support from neighboring countries such as the Republic of Angola, the Republic of Botswana, and the Republic of Zambia, as well as from a number of Namibian corporates and individuals. We are most grateful for that. The President of Angola also sent a contingent of his Air Force to join the Namibian counterparts to give a final salute to our departed president. So 4 of the 7 fighters that flew past were from Angola. We still remember when the Angolan president escorted the remains of our liberation struggle veterans who died and were buried in Angola during our liberation struggle, whose remains were exhumed for reburial here at Heroes Acre. He came with them. A number of countries declared a mourning period in honor of our departed president, and they include the Republic of Botswana, the Republic of Kenya, and the United Kingdoms. We are most grateful for that. I should thank the preparatory committee, which took care of the logistical arrangements to ensure a befitting send-off for our departed president. And I thank all the Namibians for standing together in this difficult period. We really, acted like a united people, and we should remain that way. That's the befitting way to honor the legacy of our departed president. Lastly, but by no means the least, I want to thank the family of Dr. Geingob, the widow, the children, the extended family, for accommodating the state in the arrangements for the send-off of their loved one, agreed to take the second place, just as they have done throughout the life of public service of Dr. Geingob. By so doing, they have enabled us as a nation to mourn a man who by his life of public service became a family member of the broad Namibian family. May the soul of our dear President, Dr. Hage Geingob, continue to rest in perfect peace. The program, the official program, is now concluded. We wish travel mercies to all those who will travel back to their respective countries and home. So I'm just reminded to specify the specific support that we got from some of the countries, the neighboring countries that I have talked about. So Botswana gave us 49 vehicles and 20 motorbikes. 49 vehicles and 20 motorbikes. And the president is here. And he also came immediately after the announcement of death. In my culture, we call it Oshitondoka. We say the neighbor is like your neck bone. So because that is the person that first arrives at the scene before your parents do. Maybe they are very far away. So they came, President Masisi was here, President Ramaphosa was here. So these are neighbors really showing that we are brothers and sisters. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. And of course, the number of the items that we got from Angola, I think I can be assisted also. They provided the tents. They also sponsored the number of vehicles in addition to the fighters that flew past. So really, these neighboring countries stood by us during this difficult hour. And Zambia shared its experience. So they sent a contingency here of personnel to advise us on how to deal with this situation, which we have never dealt with before. So we thank everyone. And I said even countries out of Africa declared a period of mourning. And those countries included also the neighboring states, like I said, of Botswana, of Kenya. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. And Zambia. So with all of that support that we have gotten, dear Namibians and family members, it should be well with our souls. In spite of the pain and sorrow that engulf us, it is well with us, and it shall be well with us. I thank you all, and good afternoon. Now, informally, when everything is finished there would be an opportunity for everybody to go and see the grave. Thank you. Okay, now I invite His Excellency the President to come and join the mourners here so that we can do the concluding rites. So Bishop Cabe would assist us to do the benediction, and I would like to invite him. And after that, we will sing the anthems, the AU and the national anthem.
Thank you very much, Director of Proceedings. Let's rise for the benediction. The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord lift up his countenance and grant you his eternal peace. In his most precious name, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Amen.
Now we remain standing for the anthems. Okay, thank you very much. And now we are asked to kindly allow the dignitaries, the local and the foreign, to leave together with the widow.
Marks the end of the mourning period, and which led to the official memorial and the ultimate burial service of the late Dr. Hage Geingob III, President of Namibia. Well, I'm still in studio joined by Colonel Peter Shilumbu, who is the spokesperson of the Namibia Defense Force. And Colonel, we have witnessed the somber scenes at the Heroes Acre as the activities were underway. But what stood out for us, and we have also been getting questions on our social media pages, was the fly past. I know that there is a significance behind the K-8 fighter jets that were saluting as the casket was being lowered. So if you can just take us through that moment.
It was not necessarily a fly past as we usually know it, but this time around it was a missing man salute, meaning the K-8 aircraft jet fighters that you have witnessed flew from west to east of the Heroes Acre were in a formation called a Vic formation or an arrow formation, whereby one of the aircraft was leading others in front, and the rest of the aircraft have displayed the presidential color and the national color. And those colors, I stated earlier, that they are the blue, the gold, the green, and the red. So, but the leading aircraft did not display any color. At one point, as they were approaching Heroes Acre, the leading aircraft just disappeared, or it flanked, or it pulled up back to the right.
Signifying?
That means it signifies that we were having a leader as a Namibian nation, and our leader is no more longer with us. As a result, that formation of the aircraft, the 7 aircraft which were flying, continue. It is never been disturbed after the leader have left. And it is also the same that this symbolizes that as a Namibian nation, although we are left behind by our commander-in-chief, by our late president of the Republic of Namibia, Dr. Hage Geingob, we as a nation should also focus forward. We should not be disturbed by any interferences from anywhere else, but we should focus as a nation and look forward.
So that's what the seven aircraft signify.
Yes, exactly. That is what has been displayed by the jet fights that we have seen.
All right,
and from me, I thank you very much for being here, and may the soul of our late president rest in eternal peace.
And with that, Colonel Shilumbu, as he was the Commander-in-Chief of the Namibian Defense Force, I'm going to allow you to salute your fallen commander as we also conclude our broadcast here from Studio 2.
In the heart of Namibia, a legend emerged. The people's president, a man larger than life. He possessed a presence that extended beyond what met the eye.